The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's
Johnny Magny!
Game shot and the match.
And the debutant
George
here.
Killington.
And now he's looking to average about 90 with a win.
Game shot and the match.
Killington, lethal as
shot.
ever.
Match.
Rounding
George
the card, George Killington, 5 wins out of 5.
I've got job done, so I have to take it.
Shy. Double 16
Yeah,
for
shot on the first
1-0.
leg.
Neatly
Timothy
done. Any double
Game
will
shot and the
do.
match.
Not this time. Not this time. But he does
Game
get
shot
that.
and the-
Bending the wire with his
Game shot
first,
and the
finding the
match.
target
Henry
with his
Coates.
second. Tops the target once again.
Tops. How does it work this time, Dave?
There's Evans. Fishing rods at the ready.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
on the
reel
first
it
leg.
in. Tops was the order of the day yesterday, and what a day it was for the debutant George Killington. But can he do it again on moving day? Yes, very good morning. Thank you for joining us here on Moving Day in Group A on the opening week of Series 13 here at the Modus Super Series. And normally debutants struggle here, but George Killington on his Super Series debut, running through the card on day one. The Killington protocol putting that theory to rest, but he's got to do it all over again today. And doing it all over again today alongside me is Paul Nicholson. And what are you expecting from day two?
I'd like to think that we're going to get a little bit more quality today. Average of 84 for everybody yesterday, which isn't too bad. But we just got the feeling by the end of game 15 on Monday that there was something left out there. A little bit of rustiness from some of the parties and maybe a little bit of tiredness from some others coming straight here from the Challenge Tour. So after a good night's rest, we hope maybe a little bit more quality.
Is hoping. Everyone had their moments as we now take a look at how the Group A table looked overnight. And there we see Killington 5 wins out of 5. But Timothy Verbrugghe was dangerous, very dangerous in places yesterday. He's alongside David Evans on 6 points. And we're expecting more, I think, from Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion, over the course of the day as well. But, Nico, George Killington, 5 wins out of 5. But he wasn't totally pleased with how he played.
At the time when he was talking to you in these chairs, I was a bit bemused as to why he's downplaying such a good debut day. But looking at the numbers, I can understand where he's coming from, because he's coming fresh from the Pro Tour from the last couple of years where it hasn't been great for him, but he's used to being around a standard of 93 plus all the time. And when he's putting in about 86, 87 for an average for the day, he knows there's more. But the thing is, he didn't need more for yesterday. But I have a sneaky suspicion he will today.
Time for a market check then. After a full day's play yesterday, let's see how the bookmakers see Group A going. And no surprise to see George Killington out the head of affairs there at 8-13. David Evans and Henry Coates both in at 9-2. I don't know about you, Nico. Timothy Verbrugghe, 17-2 is the one that leaps off the page.
Yeah, me too. The danger player in this group is definitely Timothy. He had the best individual performance of yesterday, an average in excess of 93. He had the most 180s, and that was double figures for him. That was 10. Really impressive. If he can be a little bit more consistent from the off today, especially in the first game, he could erase that gap really quickly.
And Timothy opens up the card today. He faces Henry Coates in our opening match, and the race is on to win Charlie Manby's crown.
And
He's going to get it done. He's had a double 14, and he finds a double 14, and all of a sudden, Fortuna behind. Derek Coulson's back on turn. It's the madhouse, and it's rather obscured, but he nestles away through.
Neil Duff's afforded more match-winning chances, and this time Neil Duff does not make a mistake.
For 3-0, and full command of the contest. Double 16. The Castleford Tigers quest to eventually pick up the elusive double 10 for one ball check and a 12-darter. But Champagne Charlie Manby's certainly bubbling up, isn't he?
Now needs double tops with 2 darts in hand. 10 cents is top of the group.
One dart in hand, tops the target, tops is found, and Charlie Manby does sail past.
Going to be lucky number 7. The Castleford Tiger is into his 3rd Champions League final.
Unstoppable.
Double 8 is found. Can he keep his cool? Yes, he can.
Yes, the race is on to succeed Charlie Manby, who cannot defend his Super Series title. We wish him well on his way to PDC stardom. Back to business as we get moving day underway. And if Timothy Verbrugghe can find a bit extra here today, he could be a serious threat. And for Henry Coates, I think fatigue played a part in yesterday's showing. Straight off the back of that Challenge Tour weekend, we're expecting more from our Rising Stars champion over the course of the remainder of the week. Anton Mays, once again, with a firm hand on the tiller here on day 2. And he's about to get the action
First
underway.
leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
There is a 4-point gap at the top of the table here in week 1 of Series 13.
85.
But that can change really quickly. Killington with the lead has got de Clerck in his first game of the day.
59.
By the time he plays that game, people have just got to get a little bit closer to him, just to tap him on the shoulder and say, you're not going to have it all your own way. In particular, Timothy here. If he wins against Coates for the 2nd day in a row,
81.
he will only be 1 win behind, and he will still have to play Killington at some point today. I think that fixture could be critical, and that is game number 10 of our 15 on
100.
Tuesday.
Timothy Verbrugghe, so stoic. However,
81.
watching him warm up this morning, he was hitting blind 180s. He's got a bit of showmanship in his arsenal.
41.
Yeah, maybe there's a different type of player when the pressure is off. But the pressure's on right now.
140.
And a change of point today for Henry Coates. They look fresh out of the bag. Don't know about you, Sam, but when I was 19 years of age, I didn't know how to change points at all. These kids these days, they would fit into any pit lane.
60. Timothy, you require 170.
Well, we saw this yesterday from David Evans, but Timothy can't replicate it on this occasion.
58.
And
Timothy, you require
Coates
80.
now 80 points away from an early break. We saw plenty of tops yesterday, and that was a bit of a half-hearted effort.
40. Timothy, you require 112.
Yeah, it was more like he was going for 2 high singles and tops, but that comes with its own jeopardy. That is a great dart. Double 16.
Game shot in the first leg.
If we
Timothy
find
Verbrugghe.
from these players today a better treble 20 than that second dart, I will be amazed.
Second leg, it's Henry to throw
That
first.
was
Game
stunning.
We had 12 ton plus checkouts yesterday,
59.
and we're 1 out of 1 this morning. Yes, we saw a plethora of those ton plus checkouts, but
96.
away from those, the doubling was a bit shabby in places from everyone.
45.
That is not a harsh statement whatsoever. So when we have 6 players that collectively are under 30% for the day, I'd classify that as a bit shabby.
140.
It's supposed to be a click above 1 in every 3. That's par for the course here.
59.
At this level of the sport, you've got to be at around about 34% to stick with the pack. But predominantly yesterday,
100.
with the exception of Verbrugghe, funnily enough, everybody was below par.
45.
And after an early break opportunity for Coates, now it's Timothy's turn.
57.
Sent a break opportunity, would have wanted a bit more than 57 for his efforts, but Coates
59.
going trebleless as well.
108.
Looking for another ton plus check out.
72.
That was never there. That was always offline. But you'd much rather miss double 18 way high than miss it close on the
42.
inside and leave 18.
36.
At least he's coming back for a primary double.
Game shot in the
Which
second
he finds
leg.
this
Timothy
time.
Verbrugghe.
It's all going swimmingly well for Timothy. Same sort of output as
Third
his
leg,
first game
Timothy to throw
yesterday against the
first.
Clerck.
Game on.
An 81 average on that occasion was good enough, and it is right here as well.
Yeah, that's 17-2. Decisions.
80.
Decision made.
He was trying to do a Danny Noppert there. Danny had a very famous 170 score on the PDC Tour, where the
58.
bullseye had a dart like that dart 3, and it was touching the sisal, but not for Timothy.
60.
Yeah, that's 17-2 on Timothy. Ahead of 2 more days playing Group A. Looked massive. Oh, hello.
120.
That one was a bit closer. Well, 2 hat stands in 1 leg. That's a bit of an occurrence.
100.
It's going to be one of those days, Sam. But I think you're right. That's 17-2.
100.
That looks very, very big. This is open for interpretation. There's no guarantee that Killington's going to have the same day as yesterday.
100.
A lot of people think that he's going to improve today and he's going to get at least 4 wins out of 5. If sport was that easy to
53.
predict,
Timothy, you require
nobody would watch it.
161.
Shots on. Looks like Coates is going to have to take this out for the second 170 of the week to survive.
Couple of wayward darts there. Verbrugghe. Double 6.
Game shot in the third
It was
leg.
neatly
Timothy
done
Verbrugghe.
in the end. And he's a leg away from an opening whitewash win.
Fourth leg. Henry to
Which
throw
would
first.
do his leg
Game
difference
on.
the world of good. Currently sitting at +5. Win this leg, or second break of throw,
95.
you'd be on +9, which is only 4 points. Sorry, 4 legs behind. And only 2 points behind.
121.
He looks in as good condition as I've seen him.
96.
And I'm counting the ADC Global. He looks sharp. Whereas some players this week have not looked sharp. And they've had some competitive action in the last few days.
59.
Maybe to their detriment at this stage, at least. Long week ahead of them still.
100.
Didn't do Fallon Sherrick any harm last week. She grew into the week.
140.
She absolutely did. Finally winning a women's week here at the Super Series. 5 women's weeks we've
56.
had. 5 different winners.
You mentioned it at the top of the show, Sam. Verbrugghe's average compared to Killington
60.
yesterday.
How many require? 154.
Less than half a point between them. And he has a chance to win this one 4-0, which is always
90.
the
Timothy
ideal
Clark,
start to any
121.
day.
Treble 17. The ball.
96.
Threatened.
How many require? 64.
Coates cannot afford to miss tops, and he has.
24. Timothy require.
That is
25.
only his second dart to double in this entire game. And he might not get any more. Oh, it was
9.
online until the very
Henry
last
require
10% of flight.
40.
And it veers away, giving Coates an out.
Game shot in the
And
fourth
he
leg.
catches the
Henry
bottom left
Coates.
corner.
Well, if that was a penalty, that was perfect placement. Coach
Fifth leg,
will
Timothy
more
to
than
throw
take it.
first.
You're
Game
expecting that double 8 to go from Timothy. But on we go.
It's pretty much identical to that penalty from Tavernier last night for Bournemouth against Brighton.
140.
Bottom left corner, unsavable.
Is this match salvageable?
25.
The last thing Henry needs is for that to rear its head again. Early yesterday, David Evans and Henry Coates really struggled with pulling darts left.
140.
It's annoying him now, and he's recognised it's happening too much.
70.
This is where we see these young stars develop
140.
before our very eyes, dealing with in-match adversity, gaining experience,
55. Timothy
how
require
to
81.
deal with these mid-match woes.
$41.
I know you want to take out the 11 or 12 darter right there, but that is a really good management of the situation.
55.
And that's the
Timothy
white flag from
require
Coates.
40.
Timothy's a cool customer,
Game shot
and he
unmatched.
starts
Timothy
moving
Verbrugghe.
day with a 4-1 win. We were expecting things from both of these players, but it's Timothy Verbrugghe that has delivered in the early stages. A resounding 4-1 win over the Rising Stars, who was out of sorts, to put it kindly. After the break, we see Conan Whitehead face David Evans. Welcome back. We are underway on day 2 of Group A on week 1 of Series 13. And Timothy Verbrugghe is making his move after back-to-back wins over Henry Coates over the course of yesterday afternoon and first thing this morning, as we now see Conan Whitehead and David Evans for the first time today. Conan in jovial spirits yesterday. Our inaugural series champion, of course, has work to do. David Evans reeled in the big fish yesterday. A 2-time weekly winner here, seeking his 3rd. I think it's fair to say, Nico, that both of these, of course, had their moments yesterday, but both are expecting a little bit more over the course of the next day or two.
Especially for Conan. Just felt like people were playing some of their best starts against him yesterday, and he was having to fight back a little bit too much. He wasn't cruising with quality in some of the games he was playing. That needs to change today.
On a couple of occasions yesterday, Conan was just on the wrong side of 4 threes, and it was fine margins. But as he always does, he's a scrapper.
100.
He will fight to the bitter end.
I like what you've just said there, Sam, because this game, I think it was the best game yesterday. Statistically, it wasn't. But because of what happened, it was a great spectacle. It was a game that Evans could have won 4-0 with 4 ton plus checkouts.
125.
He didn't. And then it was 3-3. It was a bit of an event. We were talking about history for Evans then. 78. We were talking about him possibly losing.
It was certainly eventful. A 170 sandwiched in between a pair of 1-2-6 checkouts. Conan showing his fighting capabilities.
Is that your way of saying that yesterday against Conan he had a big fish sandwich? In a roundabout sort of way, that's what we call a 1-2-6 now.
60.
A slice of bread finish.
And he did it both ways as well, didn't he? One on the bull, one on the double 6.
100. Conan, you acquire 142.
Pretty good nick from the start. That was a tidy ton.
62. David,
he's not happy with that.
96.
There wasn't a great deal wrong with it. He's not going to enjoy this, though. Double 18.
70.
And David Evans does not like that third dart, 80. And you can't blame him.
Tops for Conan.
60. David, you require 18.
Went down. As did Conan almost. Good guide once again. But
Game's
this time,
leg,
he finds it at the second attempt.
David's average yesterday, 84.38, but only 4 maxims all day. That's quite surprising. When he gets going, this is what happens.
180.
I promise you, this is live sport. I didn't just script that.
You cannot beat that timing.
But how often do we see someone almost have double amount of ton plus checkouts compared to their 180s? That's what happened yesterday. Evans had 7 ton plus checkouts
45.
and 4 180s. It's usually the other way around.
$41.
There was a bit of a strange occurrence yesterday where Timothy Verbrugghe, David Evans and Conan Whitehead all had 50 darts at double yesterday with very different results.
140.
36% for Verbrugghe, really easy for me to say. Evans 32%, Whitehead 26%.
70. David, you require 136.
I just feel the one that can step up that game on the outer ring will be the one to be the real mover today.
The dragging of the dart left is starting to catch David out.
40.
It did early yesterday. He was able to arrest it by around round 4.
Conan has applied a bit of pressure here on this 96. Has to step across to open up the treble bed and still couldn't be
56.
found.
Conan, you
So
require 110.
Conan has earned this opportunity.
When he misses treble 18, he's made a mistake. He's one of the best
65.
treble 18 hitters
David, you require
in the
40.
world. And I'm not overselling that. He really is. Evans for tops for 2-0. If he misses, he usually goes low.
Game shot in the second leg.
Low,
David
but
Evans.
in, and 2-0.
Third leg.
He'll
Conan to
certainly
throw
take
first.
that. And could it
Game
be
on.
David Evans? It's about to make his move.
Yeah, he could do exactly what Timothy's just done. Get within 2 points of George Killington
100.
and emphasising what we were talking about at the start of play. If the chasing pack can get that initial win before the leader starts, that puts him under pressure.
43.
No stares down the camera lens yet from Conan Whitehead.
140.
That's because he knows we need a little bit more content for the compilation by the end of the week. 81 average for him yesterday. That's well below his best.
140.
But he's always been the kind of player that when the pressure is at its highest, he tends to find his best darts. He's more of a Saturday night player than a Monday morning player.
As we have seen on numerous occasions down the years.
44. Conan, you require 121.
I like this play, especially when your opponent is not on a finish, but he will really hate that dot.
83.
Recovers exceptionally well, though. It's not the ideal choice of double. But he'll have the option to split, but that's a cracking find with the last
38.
from Evans. Doesn't leave him a finish. Whitehead went straight for it. 2-8.
22.
I suppose that is in character. When he's got 50 left, he goes straight for the bullseye, so why not go straight for double 19? Might want to get a move on Conan. Evans is starting to get closer.
Game
Very
shot on
well
the
done.
Third leg. Conan Whitehead.
And of his numbers yesterday, the stuff that really jumped off the page, it's that he averaged
leg is David to throw
81.03, but his
Game on.
highest average of the day was 82.32. The disparity between the daily average and the best performance, it shouldn't be that tight.
140.
Nobody does it better.
He just stares right into your soul, doesn't he?
I can imagine
180.
Conan Whitehead being a very friendly bailiff. You look through the hole in the door, and there's Conan on the other side, and he's just staring into your soul.
100.
But believe it or not, that's only his third 180 of the week, which is way down on his usual.
97.
Usual hit rate for a 5-game day is about 7 or 8 minimum. So that is a statistic that he really has to fix on Tuesday.
He's really coming back into this match, though.
95.
Evans has left a bogey. Great find. Superb find.
I'm not even sure how he got it in there.
Looking
98. Conan, you require 124.
in touch. Whitehead. Oh dear. Well, he should leave it neat and tidy at least from here.
73.
Fair to middling.
David, you require 68.
That could have been a lot worse for Conan, but things might get worse for him. Did Dave leave double 16 on purpose?
36.
Because yesterday tops
Conan,
was
you
his
require
go-to.
51.
It's pretty much everyone's go-to. 4 tops finishes over the course of yesterday's session. Conan to bring us level once again with double 8.
35.
These
David, you require
moments
32.
are crucial. They are the kind of moments he was losing yesterday, and he might lose another.
Game shot on the
Costly
fourth
for
leg,
Conan.
David Evans.
Stretching his lead.
Fifth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
No stare down the lens this time from Conan. He knows time is running out in this match at least, but
140.
positive start.
Yeah, at this stage, you don't think that Whitehead is going to trouble the top of the table by the end of Wednesday's play. So which group
100.
gives us the kind of fixtures that would tantalise our taste buds for Thursday and Friday? I think if he were to go into Group B,
100.
we would have some tremendous fixtures. I can see McEwen versus Whitehead, a clash of series champions, as being a bit of a blockbuster.
97.
But he's got to get into the top 3 to do that. And even at this early stage,
60.
that's looking pretty difficult. We shouldn't forget as well, Lee Cox is in Group B this week. Lee and Conan are very close.
95.
You look at Group C as well with the likes of Danny Ayres, who really is in fine fettle at the moment.
45.
Has the benefit of the 3 days rest as well, following Challenge Tour at the weekend in Milton Keynes.
I think it also depends on what said players do for a living.
100.
Back from the Challenge Tour, 3 days of work, and then back to darts again. Back to double 18. Not to be. So it could be another 4-1 victory here
David,
for someone in the top 3. It's Evans' turn.
Oh dear. And we see the thumbs up for the first time today. That was
30.
very,
Conan, you
very
require
sloppy.
56.
Chance to stay in the game. This has got to go.
36.
He doesn't understand
David,
why he's not hitting the barrel.
40.
Badly delivered, meaning Evans can win. And Evans does win.
Match, David Evans.
2 crucial points. And Evans does do the double over Conan Whitehead. A very different game to yesterday. But he will be ecstatic to get over the line. There's only 0.03 between them in the averages. But it's Evans who picks up the points with that vital 40 checkout right at the end. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're just about to get into the last match of our first round of play here on Tuesday. And it will be our first look at George Killington, the table leader, who still hasn't lost on this stage. 5 from 5 yesterday, and he would like to keep that undefeated record as long as he possibly can. Didn't play anywhere near his best yesterday, but he plotted his way through some troublesome early times. But today he's got this Belgian, a former Group A winner, in his first game today, as opposed to his final game. And George, 29-year-old from Tottenham, famous for their Spurs, is looking to keep an undefeated leg streak going against Stein de Clerck as well, because he beat him 4-0 yesterday with a pretty steady 86 average. And 4 out of 5 on the doubles. And 86 averages have been pretty commonplace already today, Sam.
Yeah, all he had to be was steady. Wasn't chuffed with the way he played yesterday, which is,
First leg
I
is
suppose,
starting to
good
throw
news for us in a
first.
way. In that
Game on.
there's more to come from Killington. However, 2 out of the 3 gentlemen that are on that stage right now played against each other in a local ADC on Sunday night. And it was Stein de Clerck who wasn't involved. It was Anton Mays, our referee,
83.
against George Killington. Killington came out the victor, but Anton missed bull for a 170 to beat him.
85.
So there is pedigree with our referees, especially when you look at Las Vegas, when Andrew Culling, one of our other referees at the Modus Super Series,
86.
defeated Larry Butler.
We are never going to hear the end of that one. But this is not out of the
100.
ordinary. Because if you think about Russ Bray, before he was a big-time referee, he was a Hertfordshire County player. Hugh Ware was a really good youth player.
140.
You wonder why these referees get into the game. Some of them were very, very good players.
George Noble could play back in the day as well, of course.
Yes, he could. He played with some of the greats. The London dart scene and the surrounding counties of Surrey and Berkshire
100.
and Hertfordshire and
Starting
Essex.
to require 76.
Great players everywhere. And great refs as well. And what is Stein doing on tops?
Game shot in the
Starting
first
well.
leg,
That's exactly
Stein de
what he
Clerck.
needed. He was messing around a little bit yesterday. Even though he did have some really good finishes
Second leg is
on
George
Monday,
to throw first.
he
Game
lost
on.
his way in his last couple of hours. And that's why he now finds himself at the foot of the table.
Well, these two were the main tops culprits yesterday. And just to go back to that ADC match
121.
between Killington and our referee Anton Mays, how did George beat Anton? Tops.
60.
Starting to sense a bit of a pattern here. How many times are we going to see it today then? Probably none, now that it's been mentioned.
180.
Well, George's 180 tally yesterday was pretty decent at 8. He was second in the 180 charts.
And
it seems to be infectious.
180.
Well, more of that.
$42.
Are we starting to see that little lift in quality that we were talking about? I definitely think that Stein has got George's attention with this
George
start.
require 158.
Well, the finish won't go.
44.
Once
Starting
again,
to
that
require
third dart, not
136.
really playing ball for Killington.
$100.
That's an
George
assured
require
ton.
114.
A lot of people would have gone for the 16s there. It's interesting that de Clerck has left double 18 as his option. Okay, double 17.
Game shot on
Pick
the
that
second
out.
leg. George Killington.
Who on earth does that when they haven't got a marker on the 60 and he still stays there and takes it out?
Third leg is Stein to throw first. Game on.
He's done it again. He did double 17 yesterday. Killington does not discriminate on the doubles.
60.
Any will do. He can hit them all, including the lesser spotted double 17.
Might just be a bit of a game changer as well.
66.
Stein leaving himself on 36 and not getting a shot. But realistically, when you throw darts the way that George does,
59.
he's hit the small 20. He's staying on the 60, which is a shielded treble. And he finds 2 pinpoint shots. In a textbook sense, it was the wrong play.
83.
But what does Laura Turner keep saying? Execution trumps thought.
140.
Never a truer statement uttered.
Absolutely. We'll be seeing Laura Turner back in the comms box later on this week.
60.
Fresh off the back of her appearance in Group B in the Women's Week last week, where she was thrown in at the deep end, to say the least.
140.
Yeah, to say Group B last week was a bit tricky is a slight understatement, considering how many titles had been won by the crop of players in it.
100. Stein, you require 102.
Stein is fighting back. Not with darts like that. We did see a lot of dodgy darts at the
46.
bullseye in the first half of play yesterday. Seemed to figure it out at the end, particularly David Evans.
We saw a few big numbers missed as well when setting up these checkouts, and that has continued for de
55.
Clerck
Stein, you require 56.
in his previous visit. He's left 56. Good marker.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
once again,
Stein de Clerck.
perfect execution in the end. De Clerck leads Killington 2-1.
Fourth leg is George to throw first.
And it's
Game on.
Stein's turn to give a bit of a wink to the camera. He's been taking lessons off Conan.
I'm glad you mentioned missed singles, by the way, because it happens to
45.
everybody, happens to the best. In fact, in a game at the World Championship at Ali Pali, Luke Littler missed 4 singles in one match. So it can happen to anyone.
83.
The two-time Modus Super Series champion, now the two-time world champion.
He likes being a 2-time champion of things. Grand Slam, Worlds, Super Series.
140.
I get the feeling that he might be a 3-time champion of something. Maybe in the next couple of months.
60.
Because he still hasn't lost at the Belgium Darts Open. 2 tournaments, 2 wins. Might be 3 in the middle of March.
100.
Wasn't happy with that ton there, Killington. And for the first time, perhaps, his unbeaten record
58.
is under serious threat.
First game on the stage, he beat Conan Whitehead 4-1. The game against Verbrugghe, he could have
100.
lost that yesterday, but he didn't. He found a way through it. Well, this is the kind of de Clerck that was winning Group A in the
100.
previous
George
series.
require
This is a good 93
116.
average, and his doubles are really good. But Killington is not far behind him. Oh my, there we go.
76.
Having said that, if you're going to miss a single, that's probably the time to do it.
Yeah, de Clerck not on a finish. But
50.
Stein knows
Georgia require
to win this
40.
match, all he has to do is hold his own throw. Killington to hold his.
Lights in the way. That's why he's moving.
20. Stein
He
require
has a
150.
kinda deflection on dart 2 there. He's probably 2-2. He's going to have to hit this now.
100. Georgia require 20.
Clerck is lurking around him. If you miss, I will hit.
Double 5 is always awkward, and that has proven to be the case yet
Stein, you require
again. And from
50.
nowhere, de Clerck has the opportunity to go one away.
18.
Can't take it.
I don't
Georgia
understand that
require
at all.
10.
He's been so good on tops this morning. Why don't you leave it again? Got to go for it, George.
No score.
Same again. Everything's too high.
Stein, you require 32.
Was trying to play it safe.
Game
Needed
shot on
more
the fourth
aggression, and
leg.
that was
Stein
aggressive.
Clerck.
And straight into the target. De Clerck 3-1 up, one leg away
Fifth leg is Stein to throw
from
first.
inflicting defeat
Game on.
for the first time on George Killington.
I, like most people in this sport, do admire a little bit of board flexibility.
60.
People leaving 16s, 18s and tops. But if you're hitting tops really well multiple times at the start of a day like this, and you choose not to leave it,
125.
I don't understand that. Why stay away from a double that you're hitting? And I know the irony of it.
60.
I am somewhat critiquing someone who was winning 3-1. He's getting away with it at the minute, but in other games he might not.
180.
Killington firing back. You're right to critique de Clerck, whose 93 average
100.
has dipped into the mid-80s. Killington, of course, needs them all from here.
Hasn't been in this situation on this stage before, but he only has about 25 hours experience.
60. Georgia require 138.
As for on-stage experience, less than 2 hours. That is brilliant.
122.
Really good counting around the board. Even when he doesn't get the treble that he wants, he knows exactly what the recipe is to leave the double that he requires.
47. Georgia requires 16.
And there is a chasm in between Killington and de Clerck in this leg. And
Game shot in
Killington
the fifth leg.
tidies it
George
up
Killington.
in 14 to get a leg back. A break back.
Sixth leg is
He'll
George
need
to throw
another.
first. Game on.
He needs to start now with holding his own throw. Otherwise, de Clerck gets the win. And Killington suffers his first defeat.
100.
We did say he's from Tottenham. And much like Spurs, watching George sometimes is a little bit infuriating. Because you don't know what you're going to get.
100.
And now he's starting to hit back.
121.
A wicked deflection.
We had a couple of those yesterday, didn't we? We've seen a couple of decent hat stands today as
60.
well. But if you're Killington right now, you're thinking, I can still win this game. That's the beauty of short format darts. Even if you're 3-0 down or 3-1 down,
56.
the comeback trail is not as long as he's used to. Because times over the last couple of years, he's been 5-0 down, 5-1 down. That's a bit of a longer
60.
road. I can't think off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that someone at Q School was 5-0 up and lost 6-5. And that's never a good feeling
84.
for anybody who's experienced that.
Not when the stakes are so high. No hiding place whatsoever at Q School.
57. George require 140.
It is a brutal business. Killington looking to inflict a bit of brutality on de Clerck.
The only way he finds this 60 is from the right-hand side, and he goes over the top. This has got to be precise.
60.
He nearly got the deflection. Now, what does he do when he comes back, Sam? Is this going to be another dose of tops?
I'd say it was odds on.
Georgia require 80.
I don't know what Stein was doing there.
That was pretty shambolic, to say the least. Killington, of course he went for it. Well, that's a bit of a blocker. Once again, travelling to the right. Oh, that is a majestic find.
George Killington.
Absolutely superb. What a way to bring us level. Killington does not want to lose his unbeaten record whatsoever. We go all the way.
Similar type of opening to yesterday for George. It's plucky. It's only an 84 average.
41.
But when he's got that blocker on tops, he reached for the plunger. That was a tremendous start at tops.
Since going 3-1 up, Stein de Clerck's average has been plummeting. From 93, it's down to 80.
100.
Yeah, even at 3-1 up, you would have bought his stock. But now, you're thinking about selling it. It's going down faster than Enron's stock.
82.
That is proof right there that he's good at stacking on top. Been trying to figure it out with Stein's approach. Does he like to get them underneath or over the top? I'm starting to think he likes to loop them over the top.
60.
Just 3 points separating these two after 9 darts thrown
100.
in this last leg decider. Once again, Stein finds a level ton to leave a finish.
You've got to start on 20s on 263, but now you've got to move.
96.
That could be a valuable trouble.
You require 160.
Advantage to Clerck. He was left on a really tiny number early in the game, and he found himself defeated, courtesy of a beautiful 114. Is that about to be trumped?
Just the wrong side of the wire.
101. Stein, you
and now
require
Killington
60.
has to look on at the prospect of being defeated for the first time. De Clerck, one more in hand, finding tops once more, and has inflicted a first defeat on the Super Series stage for George Killington. The Group A leader is beaten by a former Group A winner in Stein de Clerck. It wasn't wholly pretty, but a much improved outer ring display from the Belgian means he gets the win. Another Belgian is back up after the break. It's Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back, welcome along to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Now we turn our attention to David Evans and Timothy Verbrugghe, following on from an opening defeat to the group leader George Killington. Opportunity knocks for one of these two. Whoever gets a win would be in pole position
First leg is David
to really make a challenge to win Group A and book their spot into finals night on Saturday. Evans himself, a two-time weekly winner already.
60.
Has made a finals night appearance before. Ran in to an inspired Neil Duff on that night. Despite defeating Noah Lynn, didn't make it out of the group on the Saturday. It wouldn't be a total surprise, Paul Nicholson, to see him make it there and maybe go one or two steps better.
Not at this stage, because what he's been doing has been very encouraging indeed.
60.
And before we get any further length in this game, we can tell you that if Timothy Verbrugghe were to win by 4-0 in this contest, he'd go top of the table.
95.
Which does make a mockery of his day starting odds for the group. I did speculate that if Killington did not get off to a winning start, that he could be caught really quickly. And he is about to have company on 10 points. That is a guarantee.
125.
Stray darts in the 5 are continuing. Evans rescued the visit in more ways than one.
41.
They
David,
are
require
still happening
161.
too often for stretch.
That's a much better dart. Fancies it? Why not? You got a 170 yesterday,
David
and that
Evans.
is even more difficult.
Second leg,
Why?
Pro first. Game on.
A clinic of finishing from Evans over the past 2 days. A couple of 126s, a 115, a 116, a 170, and now a 161. And that's very apt, and I'll tell you why. David Evans and I, along with Henry Deacon, producer Robbie, and Anton Mays, went to a pub quiz last night.
140.
And one of the questions was, what finish is a treble 20, treble 17, bullseye?
You got to be kidding me.
97.
You couldn't script it. I mean, we got it right. Just to get that out of the way.
What would have been
45.
so funny is if he didn't go for it, and then he just flicked us a wink. But hitting it has given him a 1-0 lead, and if I may be brutally honest, up until that 161, he wasn't playing that well.
125.
But it seems to have galvanised him a little bit.
Despite the strays into the 5 continuing, Evans
85.
is dealing with it.
That's Modus Super Series life. You have to deal with it. Game in, game out.
99.
Each week is like a Premier League season. You could play 29 times in a week. It's not that different to a Premier League season. It's just
100.
congested.
David, you require 120.
Steps across in search of the treble, which he duly finds.
80.
You were
Timothy, you
expecting that
require
tops to go.
90.
I think he was as well. He doesn't want this to go, but it might.
52.
Second look at the bullseye
David,
today,
you
and
require
Verbrugghe
40.
doesn't get as close as his last effort.
Game shot on the second leg.
I don't know if you've
David
noticed this,
Evans.
Sam, but the last couple of days when he's hit tops, he's hit it right in the middle.
Third leg is David to throw first. Game on.
When it's accurate, it is pinpoint accurate. Breaks the throw. Turns around.
99.
Strong start to the leg. Back on throw. And now Timothy Verbrugghe is up against it.
95.
I can't help but think, after watching Evans for the last 6 years, he hasn't changed much in his equipment department. He's always had that slightly shaved end to his barrel.
100.
He's always had the moulded flights, same type of stem length. I just wonder if the tiniest tweak
85.
in his entire game might make all the difference. Because he's obviously a world-class player. But when he misses, he can miss by a
57.
distance. And that reminds me of Jeffrey de Graaf. We've seen what he's done at the World Championship a couple of times. We've seen him win on the PDC Pro Tour last year.
60.
He's got the same problem. When he misses by a distance. But when he gets it right, he is incredible.
And thus far,
140.
David Evans has got things very right. Opening 4-1 win over Conan
140.
Whitehead.
David, you require 105.
He's going well, very well, once again here. Top of the board once again. And once
Game
again
shot on
he
the
finds
third
it
leg.
for
David
another
Evans.
ton plus checkout.
Right in the middle of the bat again.
Fourth leg is Timothy to throw first.
Great
Game
performance. And I like the fact that he went for the single 8 this time. I'm convinced that in his first game today, when he had 48 left and he hit a 16, he missed the 8. Because I think he recognises that tops is a friend.
$99.
Yeah, this is proper darts. 98 average. Barely missed a double. The kind of performance that will do an awful lot of damage
60.
on any day here. Monday to Saturday.
Well, if Timothy had won this match 4-0, as you say, he would have gone
55.
top. But now, potentially staring down the barrel of a 4-0 defeat.
If he keeps playing at this level all day long,
100.
he's going to be finding another quiz tonight. That's how dart players think. They like repetition. And if something works for them, they'll want to do it again.
45.
We finished 7th, in case you were wondering.
Better than 8th.
80.
Yesterday also we saw darts played in Saudi Arabia for the very first time. And only one of the seeded players from the PDC was defeated, and that was Danny
81.
Noppert.
Timothy, you require 121.
Beaten by Hugo Leung of Hong Kong. A lot of social media activity about the darts from Saudi
57.
yesterday, in particular the walk-on area, which I thought was amazing. A lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was tremendous. Looked like the time tunnel.
83. Timothy, you require
You
64.
didn't need £2 to walk through it. As Verbrugghe looks at double 16.
48.
Can't find a way back
you
into
require
this match. Evans
138.
1-3-8. Not for the first time, looking for a third ton plus out in a match. Rounded off his score.
43.
Backs it up with
Timothy
that
requires
straight
16.
into the 5. If you can cut those out this week,
Game
and
shot
there's
in the
no
fourth
reason
leg.
why he
Timothy
can't add
Verbrugghe.
another weekly final win to his CV. Verbrugghe gets back into things
Fifth leg, David to throw first.
and remains
on.
expressionless, stoic, unflustered.
Dart players aren't stupid. When things are going wrong, they know exactly why.
58.
Low of target, and every now and again, left. That's what's happening to Evans.
60.
We glorify the good things. We notice the bad. At the start of this game, he had 6 consecutive 20s, and they were all in the small 20.
140.
Since then, he's been throwing the darts a little higher and harder. The risk in doing that is that you can release it late, and it'll go back to the small 20. It's about timing the release to the right point.
Totally like the lie there. Same again with that one.
95.
His dancing shoes shimmying to the left for that visit.
He also forgot there the option of treble 20 to leave 167.
60.
But I think he was eyeing up another leave of 170. When you're on 303, some dart players just think 133. They don't think 136.
140.
Nevertheless, he is 68 points away
100.
now
David, you require
from back-to-back 4-1 wins to accelerate himself towards the top of the table. Double 2.
64.
Wayward. Very wayward.
Low and left again. But at least it's another chance to win and to get Timothy back
100. David, you require 4.
for the game they had yesterday, which Verbrugghe won by 4 legs to 1.
Game shot.
And
the
this time,
match,
it's
David
Evans who wins by 4 legs to 1. Yesterday's best performance of anybody came from Tim against Evans. He gets his own back with an average in excess of 90. That 161 and the 4 out of 7 on the doubles, they were the highlights. And now Evans is on 10 points with George Killington. Yesterday was one-way traffic of sorts as George Killington was making his way to the top on 10 points with a 4-point cushion. This is game number 5 on Tuesday, and that 4-point cushion has gone. But he does have a game in hand against Henry Coates, who finds himself in 4th position on 4 points. So it will be very interesting to see how things progress over the next hour or two. George still retains the lead at the top, but it's only on legs difference at this point. He has David Evans for company and Timothy Verbrugghe just 2 points behind,
First leg
putting
is Henry
extra
to
pressure
throw
on the
first.
table topper to
Game
get
on.
his day underway. He said this was possible, Sam. Killington's got to hit back now.
80.
He absolutely does. Maybe he could be catching Coates at the right time. Slow out the traps once again this morning for Henry. And I think the key for Coates is to not
123.
panic. I cast my mind back to Champions Week in the previous series as Coates. That slow start was quickly accelerated. But I cast my mind back to Champions Week where Charlie Manby started Group A very slow. He himself had to go into Group C in order to get to Champions Night. And look what happened.
100.
Not the only person to have done that as well. Andreas Harrison, when he was winning Series 7, he went into Group C.
43.
And Jim McEwen, who will be here on Thursday, when he won Series 5, he came through only Group C. Didn't even qualify for Group A. But the big change in this game,
57.
it's in the flights department for Henry. He's using those smaller standard pointy top flights, which have been made
58.
a little bit more famous by Gary Anderson over the last few weeks. What they will achieve for Coates is an extra bit of speed and maybe eliminating some of the wibble of the dart going into the 5.
66.
Every time
Henry,
I mention that,
require
someone hits a 5. I'm going to stop
140.
doing it.
Sixty.
He
George require
fires them in, doesn't he?
155.
Now then. He loves an odd double.
Game shot on
And
the
there is your
first
prime
leg.
example.
George Killington.
155. George Killington. The Killington protocol is alive and
Second leg
well.
is George to throw first. Game on.
That really was killer, that finish. One of the trickier shots in that range because you can't hit the same treble twice.
98.
In his previous match, the 114 on double 17. The 155 on double 19. He likes the bottom of the
32.
board as we see Coates stray wide
42.
once more.
And what you're going to see here from George's technique is that he does crouch into his right hip. He decreases his height by quite a lot by leaning into that right hip. He's not the tallest of gentlemen. He's just under 6 feet tall.
62.
But he wants to go to a lower height to feel comfortable, and maybe he likes the bottom of the board. Well,
100.
I would concur with that a little bit, but the double of choice is tops. So maybe he is a bit like Tottenham Hotspur. You're just really not sure what he's up to.
99.
Showing versatile qualities.
135.
I like the way these darts are flying for Henry. They're going in with real purpose. Some people are even saying that if you've got foldable flights these days,
98.
you are behind the times. I do not agree with that. There was a time when everybody used to throw flights like those.
140. George require
It's
144.
nice that everybody's got a bit of a choice these days to see what works best for them. Oh, hang on a minute.
100.
Oh, that was interesting. He was trying to
Henry
leave double
require
2.
84.
He loves the bottom of the board. Why not? Coates
Game shot in the
polishing
second
off
leg.
84
Henry
with
Coates.
serious gusto. And the Rising Star champion is
Third
back
leg, Henry to throw
in
first.
business.
Game on.
Brilliant execution. And he's powering on now.
141.
Still getting the odd little bit of drift there. But it's a lot better than it was in his first game because he was visibly frustrated by it.
Away from darts, the
30.
19-year-old from Matlock in Derbyshire plies his trade as a butcher.
I can imagine him in a white apron, covered in smudge.
85.
Yeah, Matlock is a very famous detective, isn't he? Back in the day.
46.
And I'm pretty sure that Lee Westwood used to live pretty close to Matlock. Even when he was on the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour at the same time, getting to world #1 status. I think he was living in that kind of area.
Nice part of the world in the Peak District.
135.
This is turning into a real high-quality affair.
140.
I'm glad you told me he was a butcher, by the way. I need to get a new one. I'll have a little chat with him later. That's a good switch.
Henry, you
Unfortunately, it doesn't leave him a finish. And Coates is eyeing up a potential
67.
4 legs in this contest, which could confine Killington to 0 points after 2 games played here on Tuesday. We call it moving day for a reason because people are making moves.
41. Henry, you require 24.
And
Game
just
still in the
like
third leg,
in the previous
Henry
leg, Coates tidies up double 12 with a plum. He
Fourth
leads
leg is
2-1.
George to throw first.
Killington
Game on.
is in a bit of bother on moving day. He could be moving the wrong way if he's not careful.
98.
There are no guarantees in darts. If you don't hit, you don't win.
119.
And the man who's doing the hitting right now is the man in his shirt, which is scarily similar to that of the defending champion.
97.
There are some players who wear the same shirt, by the way, because they have the same equipment manufacturer who do have polo shirts that they wear. And
81.
Henry Coates is wearing a top that Charlie Manby did wear Champions Week. And in his qualifying week, when he wasn't wearing his champagne shirt.
123.
Good fight back from Killington.
27.
And aside from that visit, it's been a good fight back so far from Coates, who in his opening match of the day was so below par by his own high standards.
27.
Look at that.
That's the kind of thing you would attribute to someone from Nottinghamshire.
140. George, you require 156.
I'll tell you what, that Robin Hood has cost Killington dear. That's the kind of dart he needs to eliminate, not minimise. That is a poor dart from George.
78.
But to be
Henry,
fair to
you
him,
require
he didn't flinch.
134.
He stuck to his task and left something very gettable next time.
And it was
66.
Henry's turn to do something awfully
George, you
similar.
require 78.
Killington to bring us level. Another stray. This has been seriously contagious.
38. Henry, you require 68.
Right in the middle. Double 2.
6.
Not right in the middle. Way off target.
George, you require 40.
George is one lucky boy.
He doesn't
Game
need
shot on
luck
the
when it
fourth
comes to
leg,
hitting
George
tops, though.
Killington.
Killington does bring us level.
Fifth leg is Henry to throw
You can
first.
just tell from his
Game
body
on.
language, he's still seeking more. He's expecting more.
96.
After speaking to you yesterday, he was explaining that this is the start of a new process. This year, darts comes second. Life comes first.
46.
We have heard this quite a lot over the last 5 or so years. People do want to give a lot to this game, and when darts takes over and it doesn't give you the results that you
58.
crave, you have to have a year where you put it a little further down the pecking order and figure out how to move forward.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I fully expect to
57.
see George Killington back on the tour in the not-so-distant future. No two ways about it. But highlighting his record
93.
on the Pro Tour last year, he was beaten up. And he feels beaten up by this game. It's brutal, as we've mentioned. So this is about rebuilding, finding that balance. And this is a great way of starting that process.
180.
You know what they say, you don't become a bad dart player overnight. But it's not an overnight thing.
59.
It's actually a 2-year thing. Not a great deal of highlights over the last 24 months for George. So now it's about figuring out how he goes forward as a dart player.
94.
The dart player that he is now. He could do with that 1-2-4. He's been in serious trouble in this game, but he could find
83.
himself ahead.
George require 124.
Won't go.
55. Henry
Coach's
require
turn
112.
to eye a ton topping finish. Top of the board.
Game shot on the
Finding
fifth leg.
The
Henry
ton plus
Coates.
checkouts are raining down once again here on the live lounge stage.
Sixth leg is George.
There's only
to throw
one game
first.
today where we
Game
haven't
on.
had one. That was Whitehead against Evans, miraculously.
We've had 2 in this one, 2 in the previous one,
140.
12 yesterday.
100.
Already halfway there in today's session.
The upturn in fortune here, and I don't like that phrasing actually. I'll say it's something
80.
kinder towards Henry. The increase in productivity from him from game 1 to game 2.
96.
We talk about improvement metrics in this sport of about 3 to 5%, which are excellent. This is a different level. We're talking about 20+% here from game 1 to game 2.
55.
It can't just be about the flights. His demeanor's been a lot more controlled.
81.
That tells me something about Henry. That he is gauging his emotions based on results. If it's going well, he can keep his cool.
100.
If it's not, he can be a bit more fragile. That's something to learn from.
96. Georgia require 126.
Well, if this was Dave Evans, you'd already be starting the next leg. With Killington,
120.
can't do the same.
Henry, you require 128.
after pinpoint accuracy on the 19s, that effort at double was uncharacteristically poor.
50.
You're the one who said
Georgia
he likes a
requires
double
6.
at the bottom of the board. He's got one. Now he needs the top.
No score.
Oh my.
Henry, you require 78.
Visible frustration from Killington. And he might lose his second game of the day.
38.
Scare
Georgia
averted.
require 6.
Now George has got to put this right.
he loves this area of the board.
Game shot. on
How
the
did he
sixth leg,
find that?
George Killington.
We knew he loved this area of the board. He's had a double 19, a double
Seventh
17, and now he
leg,
can
it's ready
add
to throw first.
the double
Game
3.
on.
He's going to take this further, isn't he? He's going to go to 15s and 7s.
If
he gets the chance.
180.
There was the scare. He could have lost the match 4-2. He averts that. Now he's got a different problem. He's got to break courts in order to get the points. And the point is, he won his last 2 games yesterday by 8 legs to 0. But he did have the darts in both games. Starting today, he didn't have the darts in both games. And he could lose them both.
60.
What a leg Henry Coates is putting together here.
130.
When it matters most, 56 left after just 9 darts thrown. That is exceptional at any level.
100. Henry, you acquire 56.
16 acquired. And so is
shot, and the
Tops.
match,
An 11 dart
Henry
leg
Coates.
in a last leg decider is world class from the Rising Stars champion. He defeats George Killington by 4 legs to 3 to seal back-to-back defeats for Killington, who topped the table overnight, losing both matches today by 4 legs to 3. Conor Whitehead returns after the break to face Stein de Clerck. Welcome back. Things are coming to the boil nicely here on moving day. On the opening week of Series 13 here at the Modus Super Series. But one thing is for certain now at least, Conan Whitehead needs a win. He's been unlucky at times. He's faltered at times as well. And he faces Stein de Clerck here off the back of Stein inflicting that first defeat on the overnight group leader George Killington, who in turn has followed that up with another defeat, both by the barest of margins. 4-3 the scoreline. But Conan, I think it's safe to say, Nico, he needs a win just
First
to
leg is Conan to throw
bring
first.
back that sort of energy
Game
he
on.
was displaying, slightly mischievous energy.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The last thing he needs is the same kind of performance,
100.
or the same kind of game that he had with Stein yesterday. But just looking at the fixtures that Whitehead's got left for the rest of the day, if he can
100.
snap into gear, he's not out of the running. He's currently bottom of the table on 2 points, and usually
100.
when we're talking about someone in that position on a Tuesday late morning, they're out of the running. I don't think he is. If he can beat de Clerck, he's got Verbrugghe
44.
next, who's a bit bruised after losing to David Evans heavily in Game 4. He's got Coates and Killington to
100.
come. So he could have a major impact on the table by the end of the day. However, I do believe that he has to win his remaining fixtures today to stay in the running.
41. 139.
It was almost a shame he was on 201 because he really fancied that max, you could tell.
Wouldn't be surprised if he left 21. More players are doing that these
57.
days.
Conan, you require 62.
This is looking good.
Game shot on the
It's
first
looking
leg.
ominous.
Conan Whitehead.
That dartboard is now frightened.
Conan
Second leg is
energy.
Stein to throw first.
We're over here, Conan. Come on.
You might have just come up with the next best marketing plan for a drink. Try Conan Energy.
180.
Well, the main reason, I think it's
60.
fair to say, as to why Conan is where he is in the table is the doubling. But that finish in the opening leg there was
60.
much more composed. And he needs more of the same.
He's picking up the pace here. He's not thinking as much. He's, in Conan terms, he's sprinting to the
62.
hockey. What he could do is he could sweep de Clerck into a faster game, which might make him more uncomfortable.
100.
But in order for him to get that confidence that he needs, that first start has got to be
45.
in the
Stein, you
top
require
half of that 60.
161.
That's where he's at his most dangerous.
Another
82.
straight, tied it up by that treble 19.
'79 was a very good year.
95.
Year of the
Stein, you
second
require
ever
79.
PDC, oh sorry, PDO World Championship. Is it a fine shot?
59.
It is not.
He'll be back for 210s. Whitehead is now
41.
lagging.
Stein, you require 20.
They're both throwing fast now.
Game shot in the
And
second
effectively.
leg. Stein de Clerck.
Can you imagine if the PDC was around in
Third
1979?
leg. Conan throwing first. Game
How
on.
different the sport would be now. I wonder how much the world champion would get.
$60.
Conan did flirt with the PDC system for a little while, but he doesn't play Challenge Tour anymore. He's not a Q School graduate, of course, because he's here.
55.
He's focusing on this level of play, which I can really respect.
45.
We mentioned it with George Killington, finding that balance, that work-life balance, I suppose. Half-hearted apology there from Conan Whitehead to Stein de Clerck.
41.
Well, in this third leg, both men just finding it a bit tricky to settle.
140.
That'll work. I think one of the reasons why people like watching Conan play is because he uncomplicates the sport. If you look at the way he throws now compared to when he made the quarters at Lakeside, his technique is
100.
identical. It has not changed 1%. He's all about feel, and then when he's got those really long darts in his hand, he throws them as hard as possible, and that's it.
57. Conan, you require 156.
Oh, hello. Can he join the party? Almost.
38.
My word, that was close. What an effort that was.
You expected that to be hit, especially when you consider how good he is at the 18s.
58.
Treble
Conan, you require 80.
and double. Next door neighbour instead.
Game
That'll
still in
work.
the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
I think the pace has just been lifted again. This has been
Fourth leg is
rat-a-tat-tat.
Stein to throw first. Game on. $85.
These guys are very coordinated today, aren't they? In their black and yellow.
52.
That's a bad dart at the treble 18 for Conan. I think de Clerck already knows that he's going to have to squeeze this for all he's got.
81.
He's trying so hard.
They are mirroring one another. Whitehead
180.
trying to pull away now.
That's his first 180 in this game. Managed to get a couple in his first match,
100.
albeit with a 4-1 loss. So he's currently on a 2-game streak of hitting 180s. There's only 29 more
42.
games to go to get your record back there, Conan.
Just re-emphasises that point, though, that he's scoring well, but his pitfall, his downfall has been the doubling.
130.
Opportunities weren't a problem yesterday. 50 darts at double, but only 13 hits. That's not good enough. Not another tops. We haven't had one today yet.
And you require 136.
All in good time.
They were flying in yesterday. Seen. Where are you off, Conan? He was almost back to the old place in
60.
Southampton.
Yeah, he really should have gone to the 19s on dart 2. That would have made the shot easier.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Stein de Clerck.
Just the one tops for 2-2. This was a very close game
Fifth leg,
yesterday.
Conan's
4-3 it
throw
was to
first.
de Clerck, who had the darts. Wouldn't be surprised if Whitehead wins this 4-3 with the darts today.
100.
But the closer it is, the worse it is for the leg difference, because we have massive separation between the top 3 and the bottom 3 in that category.
100.
Yeah, it's a great point, because as we see so often,
100.
group winnings and qualification placings are decided on leg difference, or maybe even legs won.
95.
There's actually one occasion in Group C where Chris Hurds and Ryan Finesse had to be separated by average in the group.
92.
Same points, same leg difference, same legs won. And Ryan Finesse had an average over 2 days in Group C that was about 2.5
100.
points less than Hurds. And he went through after sweating it after his last game.
97.
It's the uncompromising short format.
I should also say, Sam, that their head-to-head was 1-1.
46.
That was one of the separators.
112. $76.
Neat last.
Stein, you require 160.
The lesser spotted treble 12, which isn't used as much these days. Tilly 36. Used to be the norm.
60. Conan, you require 36.
But his name's not Norm. His name's Conan. And he's done it again on double 9.
28. Stein, you require 100.
Now the pathway is simple, and we know which avenue he's going to take, but we didn't expect that outcome.
21. That last start doesn't count.
Yeah, that was a foul dart.
Conan, you require
100%
8.
the right call. Surely. My word.
No score.
He cannot believe
Stein,
it.
you require 79.
I don't think we can either. De Clerck gets a chance at 79, and due to that foul throw, the final dart of his visit, it's going to cost him.
He's made a real dog's dinner of this.
23. Conan, you require
Did
8.
not get a dart at a double.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Conan Whitehead.
Conan's trying to manufacture something here, and I don't blame him. He does not want to be bottom of the table.
6th leg is Stein to throw first.
And I think for the rest of today, the rest of this group are going to get it. Especially if he can pick up the points
100.
right here.
He was able to capitalise on a lack of composure from De Clerck,
81.
who in turn is now trying to G himself up. It could get fiery, especially
100.
if we go to a last leg decider. It's no favourite, you would say, to be doing so.
45.
He's been peppering the outside wire of that 60 for 2 days now. And it is frustrating to see your opponent constantly peppering the inside wire. I think right now what you got to do is make peace with the fact that it might be 3-3. Having said that, it might not.
180.
Fourth 180 for the day. Right in the nick of time.
58.
Troubleless leaves the Shanghai finish. What can Conan leave?
100. Stein, you require
Coin flip.
120.
Heads or tails?
$60. Conan,
Now
you
we'll
require
find out what
95.
Whitehead's got. Does he have the bull?
70.
He almost did.
Stein, you require 60.
A match dart missed from Whitehead. De Clerck tops to bring us level.
20.
And there we see De Clerck
Conan,
with
you
the
require
ironic
25.
thumbs up. Whitehead wants this. He wants it bad. 88. Hands on hips from
Game
De
shot.
Clerck, but
Won
it's
the
a win
match.
for Whitehead
Conan
when he
Whitehead.
needed it most. A real good battle. And it's Whitehead, the barbarian, who showed his battling qualities. He can smile about it now. He gets the win. He gets revenge on De Clerck. It was scrappy at times, but a win is a win. Killington faces David Evans after the break.
Welcome back. An interesting morning to say the least. We started the day with a 4-point cushion for George Killington, who's had a rather eventful morning. Lost to Clerck by 4 legs to 3, his first defeat in this building, and then he doubled down because Henry Coates, with an 11-darter in the 7th leg, took George out again. As for Whitehead, he's got his first win of the day against Clerck just now, and Timothy Verbrugghe had a bit of an up-and-down affair, losing 4-1 and winning 4-1. And that reflects in our table, as is right now. George still has the lead, and he's had it since the end of round 3 yesterday, when he took out David Evans. But right now, he might lose the lead to Evans because they're about to play each other in the 7th game of the day to get our 3rd round up and running. If you're Killington, overnight you're thinking, yeah, I didn't play my best, but I got more points than anyone else, and I've got that lovely 4-point buffer. That's gone. He might go from the hunted to the hunter in as little as a leg here in the 7th contest of the day, and the dynamic has changed completely, Sam.
It has. Something has got to give here as we approach the halfway stage of Group A. Killington and Evans locked together.
Game on.
This time Killington has the honour of throwing first. But with Killington, the 2 games he has lost, he's lost narrow.
60.
Evans has been absolutely sublime. But those darts in the 5 and the treble 5 are becoming ridiculous.
55.
Something that just can't keep happening. Something that plagued Marvin van Velsen before he put it right and then won a series.
97.
There are many players who have this affliction. It just can't continue. You've got to figure out why it's happening.
45.
If you're losing 15 points a visit, that's going to take its toll over the course of a week.
But I suppose if you can recover with the
76.
sheer quality of finishing displayed by Evans, you've been able to live with these strays so far, at least.
96.
But he can make his life a little bit easier were they to stop.
What we're starting to see from George is a few darts going to the small 1.
81.
That's something to do with the angle of his arm. We were talking about that yesterday morning. He has to angle his arm because he's left eye dominant.
53.
When you look at the dexterity of a player, if you're right-handed, it's not a given that you are right-eye dominant. George is living proof of that, as is Phil Taylor.
81.
But when you are left-eye dominant and you're angling your arm, that likelihood is if you miss, it's going to be right of target.
100. George, you require 106.
It's happened at least twice in this leg.
Loving that bottom of the board is Killington.
66. David, you require 152.
Winning legs on double 17, double 19 and double 3 so far.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I wonder if someone's had a week
60.
where they've hit every double on the
George,
board.
you require 40.
I don't think that's happened. Well, we
Game
know
shot in
that
the
George
first
has hit
leg,
that
George
one before. He's hit
Killington.
it plenty. It's a good start from George, who has the
Second
darts
leg,
in
it's
this
David to throw
contest.
first.
And the
Game
first
on.
game of the day where he's had the throw. He's got to take full advantage of it.
Of course, he's still trying to
140.
cope with this format, I guess. Off the back of the grind of the tour. This is new. It's alien to him.
Shortest format he will have played on the PDC Pro Tour in the last 2 years would be best of 9. And that would be at the Grand Slam qualifier in November. This is a bit tighter.
99.
In fact, I do believe in the early days of the Las Vegas Desert Classic, it used to be best of 7 legs a set.
85.
Now we're going back in time.
You're talking about the time tunnel again. Do you get the feeling that Evans is just a little bit too expressive when it comes to
84.
disappointment?
Yeah, I think there's an argument for that to be the case. We've seen the thumbs up. We've seen the wow at bad moments. And then, if anything, when he has moments of magic, he plays it down. It's
60.
understated.
He's like Bruno Fernandes. Something goes wrong, his arms are flailing everywhere. When he does something rather good, it's just normal.
84.
You've got to temper that. You've got to be a bit more Timothy Verbrugghe. Or as Newcastle fans like us, Sam, we would say a bit more Sven Botman.
Yes, please.
139. David, you require
Evans then.
94.
For one apiece. That was beautiful. Steady. Those dancing shoes just about keeping his balance.
84.
But we said this
George,
yesterday
you
as
require
well. Well, you
92.
did. He needed to take that extra second just to recompose.
On a shot like that. There's that one again. Okay, this is different.
58.
Nobody likes double 17
David, you
more than George
require
Killington.
10.
That is something we are becoming very aware of.
Splits.
6.
But it hasn't worked out. And there we
George, you
see
require
when things
34.
go wrong. There's an outpouring of emotion. No splitting
shot in
this
the
time.
second leg,
And for the
George
second time
Killington.
today, George Killington has found double 17.
Odd number doubles are back on
Third
the
leg is
fashionable
George to throw
list. Double
first.
15 for the
Game
last
on.
2 years, thanks to Littler and some others. And now double 17. It's the new trend, courtesy of George.
140.
It's another layer of the Killington protocol.
That is going to stick. My dislike for the thumbs up thing
57.
is that he's aiming the thumb at the board. The board hasn't moved. It's never the board's fault. We have to take ownership of what we do wrong. This is what Michael van Gerwen talks about all the
29.
time. When he loses, it was my fault. I didn't hit what I needed to hit. Sometimes dart players as a whole, I'm not just talking about Dave, they tend to think that something's against them.
100.
It is not the case. There's no breeze in here. The conditions are exactly the same for everyone. If you don't hit what you're going for, it's your responsibility.
Wicked deflection
125.
again. Yeah, you're right. They say it's never the board's fault. Tell Colin Lloyd that.
That poor board.
96.
Poor Bruce. Got the fright of his life.
Now looks back to the bottom end of the board.
99.
Killington keeping his cool.
I'm trying to figure out a way he can lead double 17 here. So he'd have to score 74.
58.
That's easy.
George, you
Single
require
20,
108.
treble 18, double 17.
Spotter's nightmare. Well, whatever works. A bit more routine and regulation this time from Killington. But it works all the same. And after early setbacks, Killington
David to throw first.
is holding his nerve.
What's wrong, George? He's just shrugged his shoulders. He's 3-0 up. What more do you want?
81.
I suppose you could have 4-0 up. But the play on words goes as follows. He hits the 108 because George is killing a ton plus checkout.
131.
Dart players are very hard to please. They really are.
In the bigger picture, this top of the table clash, Killington can win this big,
137.
which affects things not only in the points column, but the leg difference column as well. This would be a mammoth victory
60.
at a crucial stage of the group.
It is the middle stage. The middle group of games in the campaign. And if you can have an 8-leg swing against your nearest challenger, bravo.
45.
Killington does have the darts against Conan Whitehead in his last game of the day, but he doesn't against Timothy Verbrugghe. And if he can take out Evans and Verbrugghe after the poor start, all is well again.
Absolutely.
There's that small 20 getting a pounding.
94.
Key treble found. But Killington, despite Evans's masterful ton plus finishing, will be thinking he's got 6 from this 210.
100. David, you require 144.
He can't figure it out. He's got to move. Okay, don't.
100.
Well done.
George, you require 110.
That might just frustrate him even more.
Finds the treble 17.
70.
But the effort at tops was a bit
David,
of a
you
flyer.
require 44.
Match dart missed for Killington for what would have been a huge whitewash success. Evans finds it.
Game
It's
shot on the
3-1.
fourth leg. David Evans.
Evans still has it all to do, but he's not going down quietly.
Fifth leg is George to throw first.
How good has he been on that
Game
tops bed? It has been a frustrating day and a half, but his tops hitting has been so central.
100.
Is it just me as well, or is George Killington starting to resemble a very young Wolfie?
I think there's something in that.
If you look at Wolfie back in the late 90s,
100.
George has got the same look, albeit without Martin's famous late 90s glasses.
Killington
100.
would need to add significant bling as well.
That comes with winning tournaments. But take our advice, George. You might look like Wolfie, but don't wear the red
100.
pants. They were very much of the time and they should never return.
$57.
Glimmer of hope for Evans.
By the way, later in the week, we're going to come back to people getting back into the England team. And we talked about the story of Matt Clerck yesterday.
131.
And if you were tuning in, we posed the question, when was the last time he put on an England shirt? The answer is 1998.
David, you require 170.
Incredible. Yesterday's 170 was incredible.
56.
Today's effort nowhere near as effective.
He leaves himself a little bit vulnerable as well. Watch out. That is a disappointing
100.
ton.
David, you require 114.
First start was literally perfect. I don't get that. Why is 114 all of a sudden more popular on the 19s? You block the 57. If you do that, your best shot is 45 bull afterwards.
Killington looking for a clean kill. Bends the wire.
50.
His expression told the story.
56.
If he's not careful, this game could get very awkward. There it is again.
Flag, David Evans.
If he had a heat map on tops, it would be like one dot in the middle.
Sixth flag is David to throw first.
It's almost as though he walked up to the board, placed that dart in. Such was the positioning of it. And it's where it has been all day.
60.
And George has got to keep him away from that double now. He's missed it 3 times to win the match. He has a little bit of urgency.
Evans in the background with an eye roll.
180.
There used to be this thing on the PDC Pro Tour about 15 years ago. People used to say about Terry Jenkins that he would utter the words, "Why always against me?" I think David is feeling that way right now.
60.
I'm not really sure how he can say that, because he has won both of his matches. He's the undefeated player coming into round 3. He hasn't had a bad day. But I think it just goes to show how much he expects from himself, game in, game out. And you've got to admire that.
He knows full well the significance of this match.
91.
Good cover shooting from Killington.
Got to move.
58.
Probably should have moved before dart 3. But how many times are we going to say that again this week? Whatever happens on dart 1 here for Evans, he will have to move.
96. David, you require 124.
Key moment. Big moment. Evans not up to the task on this occasion, and once again we see the thumbs up. When it goes well, it goes very well. When it doesn't,
George, you require 74.
stretch tells you about it.
Key point of this game. He's already missed 3 for the match. He does not miss a 4th and does get over the line. That was hard work in the end for George Killington, but his first win of the day comes in round number 3. And he retains the top spot, but now it's on points, not just leg difference. It was a good battle. Evans was scrapping all the way, but he couldn't take it to the distance, and George wins by 4 legs to 2. Welcome to our middle match of Tuesday. And we've seen people making their move, but ultimately, George Killington retains the lead at the top of the table, courtesy of that 4-2 victory against David Evans. He's had a really peculiar couple of days as George. Even though he's at the top of the table, he still hasn't averaged more than 88. Some people have had better performances than him, but everybody's still trying to catch him, including this guy, who now has the task of trying to stop a Conan Whitehead who came out firing against Stein de Clerck in Game 6. Can he keep it going?
94.
Now, Timothy, we're expecting big things from him today, at least.
140.
He was delivering right at the start of the session, but really failed to kick on and ran into an inspired David Evans.
41.
Could he be facing Whitehead at a bad time?
I don't know if you've noticed this, Sam, but every time Conan's going for treble 18, I'm seeing where he's missing it. He's left a little impression in the big one. That's where he's missing it. About
121. Timothy,
a centimetre high.
161. $137.
Fantastic setup play from Verbrugghe. Whitehead
83. Timothy, you require
finding a
24.
big treble with the last, but leaving a bogey in doing so. It won't matter
Timothy
one
Verbrugghe.
iota as Timothy opens this match with a 13-dart hold.
Judging
Second
by
leg,
the
Conan to
start,
throw first. Game on.
this might be Tim time. At times this week he has been
42.
rather explosive, especially in the 180 department yesterday. As for today, he hasn't got any.
100.
He's had a bit of a wait, Verbrugghe.
55.
Back now after a 3-match break.
Sometimes that can be an hour.
Sometimes
It's not very long at all. And we had to wait another 20 seconds for him to get that first max.
45.
When he gets them, it's usually in clumps. Oh, my word. Where's that crystal ball?
180.
Have you got the lottery numbers for tomorrow whilst you're at it?
I wish. I was going to use the
60.
example of his
Timothy,
game
you require
yesterday where he had
41.
5 in a defeat. Tim is on the rampage.
25.
The rampage just takes a little break.
And Conan Whitehead doesn't really know what's hit him here.
140.
He shouldn't have been starting on 20s on
Timothy, you require
299 for
16.
starters. There you go. It didn't make any difference.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
This is a brilliant start from Tim.
Third
Tim,
leg.
anything
Timothy
but
to throw
dim.
first. Game on.
This performance is really great. 13 backed up by a
60.
15.
Well, Tim's one of those players. He is 0% offensive.
94.
He goes up there. He says about as much as a ghost. And when he plays really great darts like this, the only thing you can really say to him is, well done.
43.
I think if we ever did a mixed pairs week here, you would have to pair Timothy Verbrugghe with Kirsi Vinnakainen.
39.
What would you call them? Team 1 Smiley?
97.
Well, their entrance music would be Poker Face.
Formerly used by the great Magnus Carus.
83.
I wouldn't share a car with him to the UK Open.
Oh, really? Oh, Magnus is a great guy. Doesn't like being called Beavis. Because he looks like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. Sorry, Magnus.
99.
Arguably the greatest Swedish player of all time. So far.
140.
Will he? No. He's much too sensible.
Conan, you require 145.
Conan can't find a biggie.
97. Timothy, you require 79.
Verbrugghe now looking for 3-0 in the blink of an eye.
39. Conan, you
Whitehead can
require
blink
48.
and go for double 16. Got to find it.
Game.
Very
shot on the
well
third
done.
leg, Conan Whitehead.
Gritty stuff from Conan.
Big dart, big moment.
Fourth
He was
leg
so
is Conan to
zoned
throw
in there, he
first.
didn't even know he
Game
had the
on.
throw next. Yeah, speaking of Swedish dart players, can you think of any that have made major
92.
finals?
Off the top of my head.
There's an asterisk against one of them.
100.
You think Sweden, you think Larsen. Conan's thinking about a maximum.
180.
Yeah, Jeffrey de Graaf made the final of the World Darts Trophy, but he was playing for the Netherlands at the time.
That is a technicality if ever I have heard
100.
one.
That's the asterisk, but there is another one. World Masters finalist, Goran Klemmer. Lost to Barney.
81.
A lot of people think in Sweden that Klemmer is one of the biggest underachievers.
43. Conan, you require 148.
We'd never say that about Conan. He's achieved here. He could still achieve.
132.
And in the eyes of Timothy, he's becoming mischievous.
Well, Verbrugghe missed a dart to go 3-0 up.
58. Conan, you require 16.
And now Whitehead brings
Game
us
shot on the fourth
level
leg,
at
Conan
2 legs
Whitehead.
apiece. And the more he rattles off these legs,
Fifth leg
Whitehead
is Timothy to throw
is
first.
getting fired up.
Game on.
And when Conan fancies it, he is a huge threat.
He's been speeding this game up, and Timothy's been swept up in it.
180.
This might be the best portion of this game.
140.
Timothy Verbrugghe just said come on to himself.
44.
That is the first time we have seen any sort of degree of emotion or anything from him since Monday morning.
100.
When you get swept up in a game like this, the heart starts to beat a little bit harder. Then the adrenaline kicks in.
26.
And now you really want to win a game like this. The feisty ones are the fun ones.
Oh, this is good from Conan Whitehead. He is bang up for this.
180, number 5 in the game. We're far from done.
100. Conan, you require 81.
Timothy has left a finish, but Whitehead is explosive.
Game shot in
He's
the fifth
loving
leg,
life on the
Conan
stage now.
Whitehead.
He was 2-0 down. He's 3-2 up, and now he's looking
Sixth
to
leg
wrap
is
it
Conan
up.
to throw first. Game on.
Timothy is literally scratching his head as if to say, what has gone wrong? You poked the wolf.
57.
And the wolf is biting back. And in order to get a further 2 points from this match,
100.
he's going to have to do what he did in the first 2 legs. Keep Whitehead away from the doubles.
100.
This should be a 140.
140.
You can cushion that third dart in off both barrels. That was a lot easier than it looked.
45.
He's showing good composure once again here for Verbrugghe. Look at this.
140.
I think this guy's got potential. He's played some stuff here in the past, but we're seeing a different side to Timothy the last couple of days.
Timothy, you require 81.
In previous times, he'd lose a game like this. He might still.
56.
Well, I'm going to ask the question. Why?
He obviously fancied it.
52. Timothy, you require 25.
Whitehead somehow leaves the biggest finish of them all. That big number was nervy. And so were the efforts at
Conan, you require
double.
170.
Oh, he really fancied it, didn't he? To win the game.
59.
A game
Timothy,
that
you
might have a
require
7th
8.
leg after all.
Cannot buckle under pressure, but he
4.
has.
Conan, you require 111.
Does he come back? He might not now. To win.
Game shot.
Special.
And the match.
He got his
Conan
chance and he took
Whitehead.
it. I'm sure he was disappointed with the approach shot from 170, but he will not be disappointed with the way he's won that match. He was 2-0 down, and he ends up winning it by 4 legs to 2, causing Timothy a big headache. And that takes Conan to 6 points, and he's back in the frame.
Thank you for joining us here on Pluto TV, back at the Modus Super Series. Live action today from Group A. At the halfway stage, in fact, players jostling for their position on the opening week of Series 13. There we see our Rising Stars champion, Henry Coates, who's had a bit of a muddling display today. Started very poorly, but then exploded into life. A really impressive display in a last leg decider against George Killington. An 11 darter to win it.
60.
Stein de Clerck. Also having a bit of a muddling day as well after also defeating
140.
George Killington. Ran into an inspired Conan Whitehead.
What we're going to have after 3 rounds of play on Tuesday is the tightest possible scenario for a daily basis. 3 players on 4 points, 3 players on 2. So this has been a really tight, interesting, intricate day. However, these two are out at the foot of the table. They've been overtaken by Conan Whitehead in the last couple of games. And that's the right way of going about getting that position back that Whitehead has just taken in 4th. It hasn't taken us long to get to 5180s for the week.
100. Henry, you require 41.
No, and I think we're now starting to see what Henry Coates is actually all about.
Stein, you require 141.
Starting to think that the change of equipment and mindset is starting to pay dividends.
40. Henry, you require 20.
For an early break.
Game shot on the first leg, Henry Coates.
In just 13 darts. Henry Coates growing in confidence throughout the day.
Second leg, Henry
he was
to
the
throw
favourite
first.
for the week at the
Game
start
on.
of play yesterday morning. And he's starting to justify that favourites tag.
85.
He is very tall for the age of 19. I don't know what they're putting in the milk these days.
41.
But the average height of a young dart player these days is a lot taller than it used to be.
It's not the land of giants
40.
with Coates and Dave Evans here this week.
Have you noticed as well that the darker coloured dart is making a huge comeback?
100.
Coates, Manby, Littler, Noppert, and many, many others
58.
are using the darker coloured barrels. They do so for 2 reasons. One, the feel of the coating on the tungsten.
44.
Because natural tungsten feels a lot smoother than this coating, which just gives you a bit of extra grip. It's very much a personal thing. And also, when a darker coloured dart hits the board, it doesn't look as big, and it gives you the perception of space.
58.
Look at this from Coates. His lead increasing in space.
53.
That's such wonderful use of the board. There's a treble that doesn't get used enough. Treble 11 can be very useful
83.
indeed.
Henry, you require 40.
Coates for 2-0.
Game shot on the
Liking
second leg,
this.
Henry Coates.
Coates is getting better and better throughout the week.
Third leg is starting to throw first. Game on.
Judging by what else he does in his life when he's not playing darts, if he delivers a pound of sausages as efficiently as those 2 legs, I want at least £3 worth.
59.
He is transformed after round 1 today.
46.
Better from de Clerck. Surely another would follow.
100.
Didn't quite have the execution with that third.
He looks like a worried player at the minute. It's as if he's got no way out of
97.
the bottom 3 of the table. If he loses this one, he might be in the bottom 3 for the rest of Group A.
That would see him drop down to Group C
60.
alongside Steve Green, Billy Leonard and Danny Ayres. The 2 men who would finish 2nd and 3rd in Group A would join Group B alongside
93.
former series champion Jim McEwen, Lee Cox and Adam Savada.
At one point this week, we're going to go with the chant.
83.
You know how they have this thing for Michael Van Gerwen or Michael Van Gerwen? You have to put Adam's name in there. Or Adam Savada. He's not from Nevada.
71.
He was in Nevada last weekend.
Didn't win though, did he? Chris Lim defended the Las Vegas Classic.
101.
This has been better from de Clerck.
Jason Brandon
44.
won the Las
Starting
Vegas
require
Open.
98.
And that is not a good dart. That one is, though.
58. Henry, you
He
require
gives Henry a chance of 3-0.
150.
But then again, Timothy Verbrugghe had a chance of 3-0 in the previous game, and he's gone for 3 balls. That's exactly what Littler tried against Lim
70.
yesterday in Saudi Arabia.
Stein, you require 40.
De Clerck. 2 10s.
20.
Well. Now, Coates
Henry, you
has
require
gone
80.
from attempting 3 balls to 2 tops. No, he's playing it safe. Just wants the 1.
Game
Oh,
shot on
my.
The, third leg.
The
Henry
bulldozer.
Coates.
Doesn't matter if you're blocking the bed. I'm coming through anyway. Wonderful shot from Coates.
4th leg is Henry to throw first. Game on.
Such a great camera angle to emphasize what the dart does on its way through.
100.
If you hit that barrel straight on, it goes underneath. But if you glance it, it can still get through.
60.
Look at de Clerck. Frustration. Determination in the background.
100.
He's cutting a forlorn figure with his facial expressions. There is a cause for concern. The alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, he's cutting the figure right
100.
now of someone who was very hungry and has gone to a very famous Belgian bakery and they've got no eclairs left.
97.
Well, de Clerck, he's run into a butcher.
He might just be getting the chop as well. Because I don't think Henry's in any sort of mood to be
100.
sympathetic. Just before this visit, he was averaging
56.
90 on the dot. And 50% on the doubles on the dot. Pretty much the epitome of steady.
140. Henry, you require 148.
Yeah, that treble 18 not found.
58. Stein, you require 101.
This has got to go, Stein.
The Steve West 101.
76. Henry,
And he
you
can't
require
find it.
90.
Cheeky. Steps back forward for double 10.
70.
Grazing that wire.
Stein, you require 25.
I think what you like about the bull one bull, it nearly paid off. This has to.
17.
And because it doesn't,
Henry, you require
he's likely losing
20.
4-0. And we've not had a 4-0 all day.
No score.
Well.
Stein, you require 8.
A reprieve. De Clerck chasing doubles. Well, the doubles
4.
have got away.
Henry, you require 20.
He didn't think he was coming back to start with. Double 5.
10.
He's coming back again, and that ironic thumb
Stein,
thing
you
is really
require
catching on.
4.
Well, de Clerck had put his darts away back in his pocket. Now he's in the madhouse and out of it.
And the fourth leg, signed de Clerck.
Arms wide open. It is 3-1. Coates
Fifth leg is starting to throw
will be
first.
feeling as though he should be back in the players' room, having secured a whitewash win.
Just imagine if de Clerck were to turn this around now. What profound effect that could have on Coates for the rest of the group. Because he was owning this one.
Some would say he still is.
180.
Maybe that leg was just on loan. Comes with a buyback clause.
140.
Back to back 140s though from de Clerck. Things just getting interesting.
92.
He's another one who stands all the way to the right-hand side, just like David Evans. He's doing a wonderful job here.
123.
Yeah, this is nice. It's also very nice from Henry Coates. Oh, gives it to Bob Anderson as well.
Stein, you require 98.
He's too young to even know who Bob Anderson is. We haven't had a tops all day.
38. Henry, you require 49.
Coates doesn't need that.
Game shot and the match.
Lovely stuff. That was absolutely superb. Henry Coates holding his nerve after suffering mid-game adversity to defy a comeback from Stein de Clerck. Young Henry is making his move, the Rising Stars champion. How can George Killington respond at the top of the table? Big match incoming against Tim Verbrugghe. Brilliant performance from Henry Coates before the break, defeating Stein de Clerck 4 legs to 1. Fantastic to see these young players develop before our very eyes, gaining experience, owning that stage presence as well. Coates making his move alongside Conan Whitehead, who has been making progress this afternoon. George Killington, though, still the one to catch despite early setbacks. He recovered for a big win over David Evans, who is still his closest challenger. But it's Killington on debut here at the Super Series with a lovely 12 points. Verbrugghe and Coates on 8. Whitehead back-to-back wins, looking to kick on. Stein de Clerck has it all to do. He started the previous series by winning Group A. It's going to take something special for him to do the same here in Series 13.
The one thing that's really caught my eye, Sam, is that the last 2 victories for Henry Coates, he's ended the game with an 11 darter on both occasions. That is really bright. So if you've got him left for the rest of the day, beware. And I'm talking to Conan Whitehead and I'm talking to David Evans. Henry could still do a lot of damage
Timothy to throw
before
first.
2 o'clock.
Game on.
I say it was great to see. Building his profile, his character. And a bit of a Bob Anderson point in there after hitting a 180. I loved that from Henry.
I think anybody who watched darts in the 80s and 90s likes a bit of a Bob Anderson point.
A big match for Killington here. Tim Verbrugghe, one of the
45.
picks of the players from yesterday's play alongside George. We thought he could well be the main threat to Killington.
100.
Particularly after Timothy's win over Henry Coates right at the start of today.
This game yesterday really summed up George's day.
60.
He had 26 darts at a double and still managed to just get over the line. Verbrugghe did have an opportunity to win the match. He couldn't take it.
81.
George skirted his first possible defeat on the stage. But if he were to beat Tim again,
100.
he would re-establish that 4-point cushion, albeit with some people chasing him having a game in hand. But this is the point yesterday where he was starting to play his best darts. It was a combination of him playing better and his opponents tailing off.
And a win for Killington here would also mean that Verbrugghe would have suffered
65.
3 consecutive defeats.
90.
And we're starting to get to the stage where the table is really taking shape. Killington tidying up 90.
The first leg, George
Clinical.
Killington.
And that has been the difference. Big finishes at big moments.
Second leg is
Which is
George
why
to throw first. Game on.
He is sat atop of Group A.
He really is starting to tidy up the doubles. His last couple of games, he was 7 from 16. And that initial hit means he's close to 50% for 2 and a bit games. That's really good.
100.
And curiously, that's what Conan Whitehead's doing in his last couple of games as well. So when we echoed the possibility at the start of the show that improvement was going to happen on
58.
Tuesday, we weren't lying. We have seen improvement. It has been an overall improvement from pretty much everyone.
61.
This group sort of in a weird situation on moving day because there has been plenty of movement, and yet
45.
an hour or so's time, it could be as you were.
Yeah, live sport is a bit peculiar sometimes. If you don't pay
100.
attention to 9:30 to 2 o'clock, and you just look at the social media feeds and look at the results, you might think nothing happened. It was the same as yesterday. It has not been. That's glorious.
177.
So much to like about that.
Could Killington be in the process of
140. George
finding
require
that
100.
extra level?
George killing a ton.
Game shot in the second leg.
Say no more.
George Killington. Third leg is Timothy.
Still doesn't seem happy though, does he?
Game on.
I don't know what more he wants. The last time he was looking like that, he was 3-0 up.
59.
He's just taken out a 14 darter for a 2-0 lead with a perfect 100 finish. And he's doing things like that.
180.
What more does he want? He's almost shaking his head there. He can't score any more.
98.
He's a bit like a Spice Girls track at the minute. He wants to tell us what he wants, what he really, really wants, but he doesn't actually know.
$140.
Well, 5 perfect darts out of 6.
I think I'm starting to get it. He's been wondering where this has been. He hasn't averaged over 90 so far in this group. Now it's a bit bigger than that.
100.
Yeah, it's over 110.
As you do.
140.
Timothy
George
can't
require
really make an
81.
impression because Killington just simply won't allow him to.
Love this player. 1 darter tops.
Game
Spectacular.
shot in the third leg, George Killington.
The board management, perfect. The recognition of tops,
Fourth leg is George
perfect.
to throw
The
first.
execution,
Game
perfect.
This is quickly turning into the performance of the week so far. Look at those numbers, and Killington isn't stopping.
140.
He knows how good he's playing right now. That's why he's disappointed with a 140. But why is it the case in this group right now that people are targeting
45.
Timothy? Whitehead did it in his previous game, won 4 consecutive legs. If Killington wins this one, that will be 8 legs lost in a row for Timothy.
95.
Somewhat catastrophic.
Well, sometimes you have to just watch and admire.
59.
This is masterful from Killington.
Hasn't missed a double yet either.
134.
I'll be really interested to see where he goes here. How spectacular does he want to be? He's got loads of time.
100. George
He could easily go for a 92 shot to lead
132.
tops.
If you can find the treble 19.
64.
There or thereabouts. He'll be back for 68.
Look at that from Timothy.
59.
He's
Georgia
been hit
requires
hard.
68.
In fact, nobody this week has been hit harder than this.
Domination from
Game
the
shot
outset.
and the match.
George Killington, take a bow. What a performance that was. 4-0. Check out these numbers. 109.31. 100% on the outer ring. And 100 checkout to boot. That was simply superb. Follow that, David Evans. You've got Stein de Clerck after the break. Well, if you are only just joining us here at the Modus Super Series this afternoon, you have just missed a masterclass from George Killington. 109.31 his average in a 4-0 win over Timothy Verbrugghe. It's safe to say he's found his range. 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. 100 checkout in there as well. Fresh off the back of the PDC Tour, making his debut at the Super Series in seriously impressive fashion. He leads Group A. David Evans back on stage leading the chasing pack. Stein de Clerck, unfortunately for him, propping up the table. Serious work to do. But I suppose, Paul Nicholson, that Dave needs to put in a performance. But how do you follow that from Killington?
He can do so. He's got the capabilities, but he's got to start with a positive mindset. In this format, I've seen David Evans average north of 113.
100.
He's got a very, very high ceiling, and that's got nothing to do with his height. George Killington, by the way, with 109.31, that is the second highest recorded average in his career. And apparently his game's not even in good shape. I beg to differ.
81.
The finishing has been there for Evans. Lethal on tops. Nigh on perfect
100.
on tops, in fact. The ton plus checkouts have been many and spectacular. The area of improvement,
60.
stray darts and maybe his decision making.
I'm glad you said that, because why are you going for a treble that's double blocked?
84.
I know he's trying to leave 220, which is 4 darts away from winning the leg. But he has got to stop staying there. For a moment, I thought he was going to hit a 140 and just put it in my face. But the fact is, predominantly today, when he's hitting that small 20, he's walking away with a treble-less visit.
60.
Start using more open targets. Switch to the 18s. If you look at the height of that treble 18, it's just under the 60. It's a natural switch if you're missing low.
45. Stein, you require 132.
De Klerck looking at treble 19.
$59. David, you require 130.
Has reeled in the big fish yesterday. Can he catch the little one as well here?
Top left corner of the 60. Okay, just hit the top. And the bull. Just like that.
Leg, David Evans.
Where have we seen that kind of stuff today? Pretty much everywhere.
Second leg is Stein.
A sketchy start to a leg.
Game on.
And then he ends the first leg with a 130 checkout on the bull. Very similar to the first leg he had against Verbrugghe when he took out 161.
60.
Big fish, little fish, David Evans.
He just needs a 90 now. That's the cardboard box.
There's the shoes to go dancing.
$91.
I don't think I've ever seen David Evans dance. He's the kind of person you'd see at a wedding. You'd have to stand on his feet to get to the right height.
100.
I'm a big fan of traditions. I like that not everybody wears the same shoes.
35.
People have got individuality. That's what we want for this sport. It's only a matter of time before darts goes the way of football, where the shoes are orange.
You might see him dancing
100.
if he can add a third weekly win here. De Klerck.
82.
Despite inflicting an opening defeat on George Killington, as we see the shiny shoes of Evans. But De Klerck hasn't built on that opening win today.
45.
And that would probably be an understatement.
We nearly saw a 156 from Whitehead in his previous game.
Good
save from De Klerck.
David, you require 156.
Might be too late. Spot on. So is that.
Game shot in the
This
second
guy
leg.
can finish.
David Evans.
He might have had some troubles on the treble 20, but my goodness.
Third
This
leg
is just
David
like
to
his
throw
last game
first.
yesterday,
Game on.
when he took out 126 twice and a 170 in the middle.
Finishing school is in session.
40.
And David Evans is teaching De Klerck a lesson.
The 170 he took out yesterday and that 156 have something in common.
100.
The two treble 20s were in perfect uniformity. They weren't in via deflection, they were pure.
85.
Brilliant pictures there.
45.
Evans knew he has to put in a display off the back of that performance from George Killington. He is doing so with his finishing.
60.
130 and a 156. In his win against Timothy Verbrugghe, he had a 105 and a 161. Against Conan Whitehead yesterday, he had 2 126s and a 170.
39.
And the way he's trying to track down George, you might as well call him the detective, because he's looking for a killer.
60.
Killington's last match is against Conan Whitehead. That could be troublesome. The mood that Conan's been in the last 90 minutes.
140.
Evans has got courts and he's been dastardly. His last couple of wins have been ended with an 11 darter. So maybe Evans is cooking up something here in readiness for that last game of the session.
57.
Steady.
Sign you require 136.
Steady. Steady, Dave.
That was way too close for comfort.
100. David, you require 40.
The way David Evans has been finishing on tops, you just
Showing
knew
the first leg,
we were going to be
David
ready
Evans.
to start the next leg.
Yes, I've been hitting it all day long in the middle. I'm going to show
Fourth
you
leg
that I
is
can
starting
hit
to
tops
throw
a different
first.
way.
Game on.
Not straight down the middle, but in the corner.
$140.
Brave from Clerck.
In the previous match, the Belgian Verbrugghe did not get a dart at a double.
83.
This Belgian has not had a dart at a double. Everybody's taking it out on the Belgians.
140.
And of course, prior to that, Clerck
125.
ran into an inspired Henry Coates.
He's playing a beautiful leg here, though.
100.
Evans has got to make a smart choice here. He's trying to leave 160. That's what he does.
133. Stein, you require 121.
Well, Clerck getting to now or never territory. Dear me.
Bad choice. And if I were Evans right now, I'd say you just made a critical error, my old mate.
85. David, you require
At the start of this match, we were
160.
questioning the decision-making of Dave Evans. Now we're doing the same, but we're starting Clerck. Oh.
I just wonder if that first start was about 2 millimeters higher. It might have been kinder.
90. Stein, you require 36.
Come on then, Stein. To get back into this match. Nervy.
It's got to go.
Game.
Well
shot at
done.
the fourth leg.
A little bit of Darius Labanauskas freezing the action there. Not against it. The
Fifth
former
leg is David to throw first.
series champion from Series 9 and has never come back. And he's back on the tour, so you're not going to see him for at least another couple of years.
85.
Yeah, that's what Darius thought of Portsmouth. He liked it so much, he never came back. A smash and grab job.
60.
He was more than ready to lift that trophy.
Yes, he was.
But like Charlie Manby, unable to defend it.
85.
Is that us saying we have 2 lineal champions? Let's not go down that road.
Well, 3 if you include Littler.
60.
Evans is just losing his range a bit. He'd take a ton here.
60.
He should use the 19s on approach again when he comes back. It's the 101 trick.
83.
But you can get 3 treble 19s to leave a 2-darter. Should go bull here, really. I admire the approach, but what you've got to do
58.
is you've got to make sure that you can leave a finish with the last dart. If you get the 25 of the bull, you can still do it. If you get the single 19, you can't.
100.
The penny's starting to drop with these players at multiple levels of the sport, but one thing that hasn't fully dropped yet, it is the ability to leave the finish with the last shot every time.
83.
Saves it for a potential extra little fishy.
100.
The pressure has arrived from
David,
Clerck,
you require
who
130.
has his tail up here, seeking a comeback.
What did 2 little fishies make? They don't make 2 points
120.
because he missed the second
Stein,
one.
you require 58.
Big number missed. He's only just about got it this time.
18. David, you require
Frustration.
10.
A boiling point. Evans splitting. Wow.
No score.
That is absolutely
Stein,
unbelievable.
you require 40.
His words, what's that? It was a 13.
Game shot in the 5th.
And this is going to be a 6th leg. Who thought this was possible? This might be the most David Evans game you could ever watch.
Stein to throw first.
Loads of spectacular stuff. But it might still go the distance. It is very much akin to that game with Whitehead yesterday.
55.
Evans needing a last leg decider to seal that victory. And it was almost like he was
57.
snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Somebody is starting to believe
140.
he's had a couple of decent close wins in this group. It might be his only way through to getting 6 points with a game to spare on Tuesday.
140.
Good ploy from Evans. There he took an extra couple of seconds just to take the sting out of this match.
140.
But de Clerck is very game. Left a bogey, but you can certainly tell the belief is returning for de Clerck.
He's got to switch this time. You can't interfere with that first dart.
98. 100.
That last dart is spectacular. I honestly can't remember the last time I saw a player with an upright angle of attack more comfortable nestling darts over the top. It is very unusual.
60. Stein, you require 66.
So, from nowhere to bring us level.
50. David, you require 146.
A chance missed.
If I were Evans right here, you'd go straight for the 19s. Try and get 6. That is not easy. Open portion to the left. Really close. Great attempt. He's done all he can.
106.
In your own mind
Stein,
here,
you
you've got to
require
get ready for like
16.
7.
Last chance.
Game shot
Finds
on the
it when
6th
it
leg.
mattered
Stein
most.
de Clerck.
Deja vu from Evans' match against Conan Whitehead yesterday.
7th and deciding leg is David to throw first. Game on.
De Klerck fancies this now.
That game yesterday against Whitehead, though, he did have the darts and he did get it done. Got to do it again.
121.
Not a terrible start, is it? A peculiar twist in this group is that we've had plenty of 4-3s, especially this time yesterday, but we've
41.
only had 3 4-0 scorelines, and all of them have been won by George Killington.
That's why he's top.
140.
And this is why Evans is the challenger. The big challenger.
140.
He really needed to find that third treble. Well, he's fortunate to have 20 points there. That was
44.
flight first. The deflection was kind. Those extra 20 points might make all the difference. Especially now.
Oh, look at his face there.
180.
Evans will hope he has 6 from here. Needs to make inroads and does so.
140. Steiner require 140.
That's exquisite. This one, not pinpoint. But it's crunch time. Can Evans finish it
David,
off?
you require 56.
His tops shooting has been so good. It needs to be one more time.
It's evaded him. At the
46.
worst possible
Steiner
moment.
require 40.
He roars rubbish. De Klerck cannot believe he has a chance to win this match. Markers. Winning
Game
double
shot
hit.
and the match.
And from
Steiner.
nowhere, from obscurity, a guilty hand is raised from Stein de Klerck after defeating David Evans 4 legs to 3. That was sublime. It was ridiculous, and everything in between. The 156, a highlight for Evans, but he doesn't win the match. Conan Whitehead faces Henry Coates next. Well, what can you say about our previous match? David Evans, look at this finishing. But if you missed this game, and I was to tell you that after that, David Evans went on to lose 4-3. I'm not sure you'd believe me. He's been so reliable on tops, not just today, but all week. But it eluded him at the most crucial of moments. And Clerck was there to step in and pick up 2 points.
I think Clerck might have just found his celebration right there. I've not seen that one before, and I'm kind of liking it. Put the phone down.
We've seen that from Clerck. We've seen the Bob Anderson from Henry Coates, who is back on stage now. And we've seen plenty from Conan Whitehead. And these two renew their acquaintances momentarily.
One thing we know about Conan is that he really does love this place. It's not just because he was the original champion.
First leg is Conan to throw first.
But some of the experiences he's been a part of when playing here at the Live Lounge on London Road in Portsmouth, because when we had our first ever 9-dart shootout, Whitehead was here that night.
83.
He wasn't in it, but he was the most excited person in the practice room when it was being planned, because the players involved didn't have a clue what was happening.
97.
Whitehead was in that practice room saying, what's going to happen? Who's going first? Who's going second? He was like a jack in a box.
Conan has been
100.
making progress. Long overdue, he would say. But so is Henry Coates.
135.
Last couple of games he's played, he's looked a lot better. I guess these two are locking horns at just the right time.
96.
On an upward trend. Let's see whose trend continues.
Yeah, both on the improve.
100.
Setting up this encounter perfectly. Going into our final round of fixtures on day 2.
44.
I am really surprised that Henry has left 169. It hasn't hurt him.
137.
This one looks good.
138.
Perfect approaches from both.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's hitting
Henry
that board
Coates.
with real ferocity over the last 2 hours. The change of flights,
Second
I
leg is
applaud
Henry
it.
to throw first.
It has
Game on.
transformed this young man's day.
67.
Saves the visit on the opening visit of leg 2.
I just wonder, Sam, if
100.
Coates has been thinking about changing to these flights and has chosen late this morning as the right time to say, right, we're going to give these a bit of a run out now.
58.
He might have been holding them in reserve, waiting for the right time. Well, I think he's timed it rather well.
Yeah, it didn't really quite click for him yesterday, but yesterday we sort of put that down to coming off the back of 5 Challenge Tour events in 3 days, then having to travel down here on that Sunday.
98.
Yeah, a great run through to the semi-final.
60.
Changing tack and coming back this morning refreshed. These darts like this.
123.
Curiously, he played 15 games in 3 days at the Challenge Tour. In Group A, he's playing 15 games in 3 days.
41. Henry, you acquire 155.
Albeit a very different format because it's best of something greater on the Challenge Tour than here, but not by much.
45.
It's that one step up, best of 9. And it's Whitehead's turn to leave 169.
58.
Not very often you
Henry,
see that
require
left
110.
concurrently in legs. We've just seen
111.
somebody lose with a big lead. But you don't want to be in that position, do you, Conan?
71.
You might still
Henry,
be 2-0 down.
60.
Missed the big number. There's been a bit of that this week.
Game.
But
showing
when you
the
can hit
second
doubles like
leg,
that, it
Henry
doesn't really
Coates.
matter.
There's a major benefit to what's just happened.
Third leg
I
is
just
Conan to
wonder,
throw
in
first. Game on.
times in the future, if people will do that on purpose, because there's no dart in the way of tops.
And it also riles up Conan Whitehead.
36.
Massively.
You can see him in the background there going, you cheeky so-and-so.
If you play local darts, you might see somebody have 40
83.
left. Miss it massively high, and then hit it with their second dart. And you know what they say? Good marker. But somewhat old-school players like Conan,
45.
they see that and they get irate. Effectively, it was two very good darts and one terrible one.
100.
Conan won't know about what Whitehead is feeling as Conan is stood behind him. I'm guessing
100.
as he picks out a great find. I'm guessing Coates will have an idea after having spent time with him in the practice room.
125.
These young upstarts these days, you've got a mix of
56.
silent killers. The kind of kids that don't utter a word or two, but will destroy you on the board. And then you've got the other kind.
59.
The really confident types who will talk a brilliant game and can play it as well.
Conan less than appeased with that
140.
first start, but certainly
Henry
recovers
require
well.
134.
Speaking of good
82.
recoveries,
Conan, you require 124.
this now has to be found.
But again, not for the first time.
77.
Big
Henry, you
numbers
require
are
52.
being missed. And now this 52 looks like low-hanging fruit for Henry Coates.
Game.
It
showing the
is.
third leg. Henry Coates.
This is double big trouble for Whitehead now, because we know how good Coates has been
Fourth
at
leg is
finishing
Henry to
games
throw
off.
First. Game on.
His average for winning his last leg of his last two matches is about 136.
95.
When he's in position, he gets it done.
60.
Conan faces George Killington in his final match of this afternoon. Henry rounds off our card
45.
with a match up against David Evans.
I get the feeling, Sam, that if Coates can get this job done, he's getting Evans at just the right time.
56.
And we shouldn't forget, a win for Coates here would get him into the top three. And without pun intended, on the coattails
85.
of Evans at number 2.
Whitehead, as ever,
never
going down quietly.
180.
Just on Evans, he has a long wait now.
85.
He now is back in that players' room, stewing on that defeat.
135.
Not really sure if that's a good or a bad thing. Him having that break.
97.
That's pretty
Conan,
good.
you require
Whitehead.
70.
has had one darter double all game. Just gets another.
54.
That could be it.
Henry, you require 94.
Attempted the old school route.
Can you imagine
86.
if he'd
Can
hit that
you
treble
require
19 and
16?
double 12? Other side, it's a difficult shot. Might have to be low.
No score.
That's the only route he had.
Henry, you
He
require
had to flirt
8.
with the double 16.
Henry Coates then to continue
Game shot
his
and a match.
progress
Henry
at the
Coates.
expense of Conan Whitehead, whose winning run is halted in convincing fashion. 4-0, Henry Coates did what he had to do and some to just continue his upward trajectory, not just today, throughout this week. Our final round of fixtures begin after the break with an all-Belgian affair. It's Clerck against Verbrugghe.
Henry Coates has been making a bit of a move today, and that is reflected in some of the results he's been having. He is the first person behind George Killington to get a 4-0 victory, and he took out Conan Whitehead with a very nice display of 4 out of 5 on the doubles. And in his previous 2 wins, he ended the contests with 11 darters. He's been doing a lot right today, and he's the only person to have won 3 games so far on Tuesday, and now he's up to 3rd in the table with David Evans, who he will play in game 15. But before we get there, we are going to see an all-Belgian battle between de Clerck and Verbrugghe. Then it will be Whitehead's last game against the man known as Killington, who is at the top of the table with a 4-point cushion. And interestingly, he had that 4-point cushion at the start of the day. He's still got it, but it's been a bit of a journey to get here. What will his cushion be at the end of the day? It will depend on what happens between Coates and Evans. But Verbrugghe has lost ground over the last couple of hours. And Stein de Clerck, Sam Mulliner, has found himself back in the winner's enclosure after that ridiculous game with David Evans in game 11.
Still bottom of the table, de Clerck, but his 2 wins today have come against the top 2 in the table.
59.
It has been that sort of day. There's been plenty of movement, as we made reference to. It could well end up as you were at the end of the day's play. But without a win here, there's no doubt about it that the sort of biggest loser of the day will be Verbrugghe.
180.
I know exactly where you're coming from, because if you look at the daily standings, he's the only person to have won only 1 match.
60.
That'll feel like a bit of a shell shock to him. But if we go to the other side of the coin, Henry Coates
44.
started against Verbrugghe with a 67 average in a loss of 4 legs to 1. And since then, he's become the best player in amassing points today.
140.
Figuring Tuesday out is like trying to do Sudoku with a blindfold on.
We pinpointed the threat
101.
possessed by Timothy at the start of today's play. Mr. Clerck.
61. Timothy, you require 124.
A double, but Verbrugghe desperately seeking a win to round off his day, starting with a bullseye attempt.
99. Stein, you require 40.
I'll get onto that 101 in a second.
Game shot on the first
because
leg.
He's taken it in 4 darts. If you get the 25, you still need a treble to get to a double.
Second leg is Timothy to throw first.
That's if you don't go double-double. So what's the benefit?
Regular viewers will have maybe noticed whenever I cover these days that I like to look for themes of the day, and I think today's is your annoyance at some of the decision making that has happened by various players across the course of today's session.
Yeah. I don't expect every dart player that walks through the door to have the elite thinking, the elite counting of the best players in the world. But if they don't, I want them to learn. Because you only get better by doing what the best players in the world do. Now, Belgium has had a huge footprint
81.
in educating European and world darts about better use of the dartboard. But every now and again, they might do something a little questionable. And don't get me wrong, some of the counting and approach work has been questionable,
60.
but I've seen groups that have done it a lot worse.
Finds the treble 17. Almost found the ball.
136. Timothy, you require 160.
Over to you, Timothy. Another. That first dart placement a bit too low in the treble. Was always going to be difficult.
And that's the first time I've seen his shoulder slump this week.
Game shot in the second
Might just
leg.
do so again because de Clerck, who only got 2 legs from Verbrugghe yesterday morning, is now only 2 legs away from getting
Stein to throw first.
His 3rd win of the day. Starting to show us that little bit of pluckiness that he had when he won a Group A in the previous series.
140.
What a recovery, though. Halfway through the day, he was looking down and out.
Now I'm going to make a joke here
60.
that you're going to get. When he was last here, not many people got it. But Stein de Klerck is doing very well
100.
as a lookalike of Darren Ambrose.
You're right. I do get it.
85.
Do you think he does without the glasses?
I can see where you're coming from.
If you're not aware, Darren Ambrose, former footballer, now
41.
sports broadcaster, did once upon a time play for some very famous clubs.
60.
De Klerck. Looking
60.
to pile on the misery for his Belgian counterpart.
That
140 is elite.
Stein, you require 160.
If he takes it the 156, bravo, but the 140 to leave it, my word.
48. Timothy,
There are
you
players
require
at the top of the world rankings who
156.
couldn't do what he's just done.
$60. Stein, you
Well, the
require
grouping
112.
was exquisite. What a find.
80.
It was almost
Timothy, you require
spectacular.
96.
He thought he was going to hit that. You'll think this is going.
Game shot in the third
This
leg.
is turning into
Timothy
a very
Verbrugghe.
good game.
Fourth leg is Timothy to throw first.
Against that
Game on.
break back.
$95.
This is such a big match in the context of Timothy Verbrugghe's placing in this Group A.
If you freeze this game
43.
right now, actually just before those 3 dots, we would have a situation that we haven't had in this group, where both
100.
are averaging more than 90 at the end of a match. And we have had that 109 from George Killington, but at no point in this Group A
28.
have we had a completed game where both players have ended on an average of 90 plus. There's been a lot of high 80s,
140.
but this one is delivering pretty well. But I'm curious. We've seen de Klerck have good starts, but
43.
predominantly that average does tend to drop towards the end.
At the moment, at least, it's de Klerck's
60.
that is dropping. It's dropping quickly.
Yeah, in a previous game, he was about 109.
60.
It
Timothy, you
eventually
require
came down to the lower
106.
80s, and that was yesterday.
12 darts apiece. Verbrugghe in the process of a finish. De Klerck's in the 300 still.
Game
And
shot in the
Verbrugghe
fourth leg. Timothy
has
Verbrugghe.
rattled off the leg.
I'd be very, very careful now if I was
This leg
Stein.
is Stein to throw first. Game
There's
on.
one thing we know about Timothy, whether he's been halted or not, like he has been today. He can rattle off 2 or 3 legs in no time at all.
100.
Timothy is turning in to the Terminator.
Well, that's a good nickname for him. Even though that's the nickname of Marvin van Velsen, the former champion.
140.
Because when you look at him, he looks like a Terminator.
$140.
Tim has the eyes for it, though. Marvin, I don't think, does.
60.
I'm with you there. Now I just want Timothy Verbrugghe to say,
140.
Say. that's a nice bike.
$59. Stein, you require 121.
Stein has fought back well here, despite that loose start. Steady.
101.
very safe. Almost a bit too safe.
He's just a little bit different, isn't he? Just when you think he's doing something that you would attest to the textbook, he does something a little bit different like that, albeit
45.
not on purpose.
Stein, you require 20.
Still could be useful. I get what he's doing here. I like that a
Angel in the
lot.
fifth
That showed
leg,
confidence.
Stein to Clerck.
Made a lot of sense.
Sixth leg is Timothy to throw first.
He liked what he
Game
saw.
on.
He wears every emotion, doesn't he? He's the kind of player that people like to watch on Pluto TV here at the Modus Super Series.
59.
He's not vanilla. He's more of a mint choc chip.
$45.
Didn't like that though, did he? Rightly so.
I can't think of any Belgian players that have been vanilla over the years.
115.
the Hybrex boys. Vandenberg, Eric Claris, Leo Lawrence, they were all characters. And Mario van der Bahara,
61.
he's a great player. And Andy Barton's bit of a firecracker, the former Lakeside champ.
40.
One off the floor for Verbrugghe, not aiding his cause, but the Clerck once again
60.
coming off the boil. Is that the first time this week where he's
41.
exhaled and had to take a step back?
Does seem like it. I think
60.
de Klerk knew that if he got one treble there, he was causing Verbrugghe a headache.
Test of composure this for both,
60.
as it's got scrappy.
Now, this is where you should go bull. Can't leave a finish now.
65.
If you get the 25 dart 2, you can still leave a finish. If you don't, you can't. It's as simple as that.
It arrived too late.
140.
Strong response. Now de Klerk has it to do. Looks like we're going to go all the way.
60. Timothy, you require 46.
This has been a very good game. Averages have dipped.
20.
That one did not.
Stein, you
That
require
one's still in orbit.
150.
Verbrugghe watching on expectantly.
41.
De
Timothy,
Klerk
you require 24.
faltering.
Game shot of the sixth flag.
Tim
Timothy
tidies up.
Verbrugghe.
And we settle down for a last leg shootout between
Seventh
these
and
two
deciding leg
Belgian
is Stein to
competitors.
throw first.
Stein has
Game
the
on.
honour of throwing first.
And they're both 3 out of 6 on the doubles in the match. It might only take
60.
one more dart at a double to sort out who wins this last game of their day.
57.
Killington, Whitehead to come. Coates, Evans to finish
60.
day 2.
I think when Stein de Klerk was here for the ADC Global Championship, he went straight back to Belgium right after
41.
the day's action. Hopped straight on the ferry, not far from the Modus Super Series studio, and straight back to Belgium.
60.
He doesn't like to mess around, but unfortunately, in this last leg decider, he is messing around. 3 scores of 60. And he's been caught.
140.
Verbrugghe finding that bit extra. A dart ahead now of de Klerk.
85.
Saves it. Big treble 20. Verbrugghe, though, smells blood.
99.
Oh, we're going to get another clutch ton plus finish. Hard to believe we haven't had a tops today yet.
60. Timothy, you require 164.
Setting it up from here.
60.
Arguably deserved more.
Now what do you do? There was a big argument for bullseye there.
24. Timothy,
21
you require
off.
104.
Would have left 155. He could have left 130 or better. But it's up to Timothy now. Unless the Clerck can find 3 little pieces of
56.
tungsten
Stein,
magic.
you require 152.
Could this shock the system? No, sir. And now this match
42.
is on a silver
Timothy, you
platter
require
for
48.
Timothy Verbrugghe to bookend his day with wins. And that is
James
exactly
Short, and the
what
match,
has happened.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
Verbrugghe wins the Battle of the Belgians against Stein de Clerck, whose 2 wins today have come against the top 2 in the table. He seemed to have struggled against everyone else, but Verbrugghe gets that win. George Killington, after the back of that 109 average, returns for his final match of the session to face Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have 2 more games for you on moving day. Tuesday has not disappointed. We've seen a lot of close action. Everybody, as far as today is concerned, has got either 3 wins or 2. It was not the ideal start for George Killington today, losing his first 2 games, but since then he's played some wonderful stuff. If he's to get the win against Conan Whitehead with the darts in our penultimate game of Tuesday, he would open the gap at the top of the table to 6 points. But that would only be temporary, because our last game of Coates versus Evans would ensure that someone will be in the silver medal position after day 2 on 12.
Game on.
Let's see if he can do it against someone who's looking to bounce back after a 4-0 loss to Henry Coates in game 12.
125.
I mentioned in the previous match that Dave Evans has had a lot of time to stew on that loss.
180.
Let's start from Whitehead. Well, it's the same scenario for Killington in that after that majestic 109.31 average in that 4-0 win, he had a lot of time to stew on that, and I'm guessing he returns for his final match feeling somewhat satisfied.
97.
I'll tell you one thing that's going to satisfy Conan today. He's had a 180 at least in every game. 5 down. 26 to go to get his record back.
100.
I'm going to keep talking about it because it's something he wants. And on multiple occasions today, he's had more than 180 per match. So in that department, he's been better. That bodes well for the rest of the week.
There has been improvements on the outer ring as well from Conan.
140.
So there are
Conan, you require 167.
positive signs.
Yeah, but is he getting George at exactly the wrong time?
79. George, you require
when he's
36.
at the peak of his powers. Double 9 has been
Conan,
pesky
you
for
require
both of them.
88.
He's got 83 left. He can go 33 ball or 51-32.
51 was there.
George, you require 9.
Far away from the 32. Killington, a reprieve. Hang on a minute. What's going on here? What is going on?
The first leg.
George Killington. This is becoming a showreel. Whitehead can appreciate it, but that's the second time George Killington has won a leg on double 3 today to go with his double 19 and double 17 exploits.
Okay, George, can of worms. Why is that becoming a thing? Priscilla Steenbergen did that last week as well.
100.
Is 3-3 the new double 15? I'm not going to say it makes any sense because it doesn't.
It defies all logic. But
81.
if you can do it, does it really matter?
I can't think of a checkout that makes less sense.
45.
Think about it. If you leave
28.
something that is the same single to double, how often do you do that? You don't do it on 21 because you don't leave 21.
95.
You don't go 7-7-7. You don't go 11-11 on 33. I think that was just peacockery.
Exhibition stuff.
81.
From Killington, who at times today has been majestic.
100.
I once knew an England international that would always go 3-11 on 25. Well, I have no idea what happened to Dart 2.
Conan, you require 161.
He's having quite an eventful game, is George.
Rejected by the board on that occasion.
42.
This is turning into a bit of a puzzling second leg.
283. You're probably better off going for 19s.
60. Conan, you require
Because you can
119.
focus on that target a bit more. If you get some joy with the first visit.
47.
Wrong side of the marker with that third. He'll be back for 72.
Got to try and leave 83 or less.
140.
83 will do.
Conan, you require 72.
Pressure's on. This really should have been less than 72. Makes no
James on the
difference.
Second leg, Conan Whitehead.
Every now and again when he throws a dart like that, it stays thrown.
Third leg, it's George to throw first. Game on.
Just another one for the mosaic of
96.
angry faces and interesting looks down the lens from Conan this week.
$125.
We're going to have to dig out that video package of everybody who did it in a series. I think it might have been series 10. When it became a thing after Whitehead did it the first time, then everybody said, oh, I'll try a bit of that. Nobody ever did it as good as Conan. Lee Cox tried. He tried very, very hard.
We'll see Lee back this week. Back for a Group B campaign.
41.
Killington then. Looking to just reassert here.
94.
Wise move. If you stay on the 20s there, unsuccessfully, you have to move on dart 3. And just when you think the leg is nearing its end,
94.
Whitehead says, hang on, if you don't hit this, I'll take the lead. His penchant for the bottom of the board
97.
does not pay dividends there.
Tops. Market did its job.
And the third leg, Conan
Supremely
Whitehead.
so. And Whitehead is 2-1 up over Killington, the group leader, with a bit of a
Fourth leg is
smirk as he
Conan to
takes
throw
a
first.
sip of water.
Game on.
That could be the poster child for a 180 that changed the leg. He was out of the leg, hits the max, all of a sudden he's back in it.
34.
I suppose they should. A 180 scored is more than a third of the leg score.
$93.
He's talking to himself, Whitehead. On approach to the Archie. The last handful of visits.
60.
Let's say that David Evans wins the last game against Coates. We will have the tightest possible day of a 15-match schedule.
180.
Because that would result in 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4 points for the day. And the maxes have not dried up. If anything, they're getting more frequent.
Could we?
121.
Snatched at it. Was thinking about it.
Yeah, the first 2 darts were like a Harry Kane finish, and the third one was like a Richarlison finish. I would mention Welling United footballers, but I don't know any of them.
57.
That's
Georgia
really
require
interesting.
107.
At least he knows his numbers.
I love that. Okay, we're going tops for a moment.
67. Conan, you require
I thought we were going ball
170.
7 ball.
That made sense. Think about 107 this way. If you get the 25, you leave 82, which is bull
56.
double 16. You could
Georgia
leave yourself a
require
marker in the
40.
centre. That made a lot of sense.
So it's just going to be a bit of a
Shot
retort
on the
to
fourth
Whitehead,
leg,
but
George Killington.
keeping professional. Ping in the winning double. It's professional enough for Killington.
It's a very decent
Fifth
game
leg is
between
George
two
to throw
people who know
first.
each other really
Game
well. They have been swimming in different circles over the last 3 or 4 years.
On. 140.
That's the thing about the Greater London area. If you go to the counties around the capital, there's a lot of people who would frequent the same
58.
tournaments year in, year out. They get to know each other really, really well. Whether it's Sussex, Hampshire, Berkshire, Hertfordshire, Essex, Kent. You put all of those geographical counties
83.
together, people will travel from county to county to play local tournaments, whether it's in the ADC or not.
125.
Has to be.
138.
Teased it. Good catch in the slips from Whitehead.
Do not try that at home. Because if you do,
41.
that could
Georgia
hurt.
require 140.
Conan Whitehead is a trained professional. The thing you need to do there, if the dart slips out of your hand, you let it fall to the floor.
46.
That's the safe thing to do. And if you're playing darts on a tiled surface, then that's your problem. Because you shouldn't be.
100. Georgia require 94.
Killington then. This will go a long way to killing off this match. That was
Game shot in
clean
the
and
fifth
crisp
leg, George
and
Killington.
mightily composed. Killington.
Sixth leg, Conan to throw first. Game.
Although he doesn't look it, should be very happy about his day's work again here on his debut
43.
week. Yes, he's not ran the card today, but when he has lost very narrow.
45.
He's won quite big.
He's also had a ton plus checkout in every game he's played today, apart from this one.
100.
So he's got one more chance. That won't be on his mind right now. The only thing he wants
60.
is an extra 2 points. 16 points after 2 days. That is really impressive.
95.
Gauge that on last week, where Rhiannon O'Sullivan won Group A in Women's Week 5 on 18. Second position was good enough
140.
at 16 points. I don't think a Group A has ever been won on 16 points. I think it's 18 is the lowest. I get the feeling that Killington is going to start
61.
his Group A campaign career with a points tally starting with a 2.
By which time, of course, the attention will turn to breaking the
100.
Group A curse. Not since Series 11 have we had a Group A winner go on to convert that
95.
into
Georgia require
a weekly win.
156.
Chance to have a ton plus checkout in every game here today. If you can get another one of those,
100.
I don't think Whitehead's going to go the same way for the 107.
He's going to go for bull. He went for bull. Oh,
91.
Conan.
George, you require 16.
And now Killington is back for match start.
Game shot.
Which is
on the
dispatched
match.
at the
George
earliest
Killington.
opportunity, and George Killington gets the better of Conan Whitehead in a match that had exhibition shooting in the main, but it's Killington that will top the table once again overnight with a 93 average to back up his 109 earlier in the day. Our final match of today's session will be after the break. It's Coates against Evans. You join us for the final match of day 2 in Group A of Week 1 of Series 13. Henry Coates, a Rising Stars champion, set to take on David Evans, who would have had a fair amount of time to rue his previous display. On first glance, a 130 and a 156 checkout you would think would be enough to beat Stein de Clerck, but no, letting it slip 4 legs to 3. How will he bounce back to try and end his day with a win, to try and keep tabs with George Killington? Coates has made real nice progress throughout the day as the pair
Game on.
Share the most awkward handshake we've seen this week.
I
100.
speculated that maybe Henry is getting David at the right time. That begs the question, doesn't it? Is David getting Henry at the
67.
wrong time?
Potentially. Evans, a
57.
regular feature. 2-time weekly winner, as we say. So 2 Champions Week appearances where it's not really gone his way. I'm certain he will admit that himself.
58.
Most recently in Series 12, he was one of the best qualifiers for Champions Week, taking his place in an almighty Group A as Coates continues to power through. But
140.
Evans then went into Group C, where he failed to qualify for Champions Night.
It is plaguing him once again
30.
in a game which will determine who finishes second in the table after day 2. The bounce back ability of Coates today has been sublime. He was very poor in his first game today, but since then, he's fixed it.
43. Henry, you require 69.
He could have been sailing into Group C. He's still in with a chance of winning the group.
Game shot
Especially
on
if
the
he's doing
first
things
leg,
like that. That's a
Henry
15
Coates.
darter, and that's been more plentiful in the last 2 or 3 hours.
Second leg is David to throw
4 points
first.
behind
Game on.
if you win this game. The leg difference, that is a tomorrow conversation. But the one thing we're going to have to hold our hat on is the fact that there was a 4-point cushion from Monday to
60.
Tuesday, and that disappeared really quickly.
83.
Really interested to see what the bookmakers think come tomorrow morning about not just who wins Group A, but who wins the week. Coates was the favourite at the start of play Monday morning. Killington has probably gone favourite himself now after putting in the best performances of the week so
41.
far. These two, combined with what we've got to come later on in the week, likes of
97.
Danny Ayres, Lee Cox, Adam Savada, and of course, Jim McEwen, former series champion. It really is a long way to go. So much to play for.
I think that's a very apt statement, Sam, for David Evans right now.
57.
Because at the minute, he looks like he's still hurting from his previous game. Henry doesn't care.
140.
He's just getting on with his stuff. Nobody's going to run the card today, but if Henry wins, he will have won 4 from 5.
And he would be feeling like it should be 5 out of 5.
140.
He was so slow to get going this morning, right at the top of the show. Defeat to Timothy Verbrugghe, averaging 67.
91.
Yeah, but his next game, 92. Then 87. Then 84-ish.
101. Henry, you require
But the
90.
bits in between have been so much better than yesterday.
50.
He's
David,
been
you
ironing
require
out creases
102.
all day long. Can Evans get to a double?
82.
This time it's low and left on
Henry, you
tops, and that's
require
not a good sign for
40.
him.
Well, the relationship with tops
Game
has
shot
got
on the second
rocky
leg, Henry
for David
Coates.
Evans. Hasn't for Coates. 2-0 up.
Third leg is Henry to throw first.
Gets
Game
the
on.
break and is in cruise control. But for how long?
What he's starting to do here
93.
is potentially overtake the leg difference that Evans has. Coates started on +1. Evans +5.
137.
Coates gets a big win. He'll overtake on points and leg difference, making him
58.
the closest challenger to George Killington.
The mover in the field on moving day would set us up nicely
100.
ahead of tomorrow's action. The final day of Group A.
80.
Interestingly,
100.
Henry Court's first fixture tomorrow was Game 3. Killington has got Whitehead first game of the day.
55. David, you require 164.
Killington has not played first game of the day yet this week. That will change tomorrow. And he didn't get off to a very good start this morning.
104.
Pressure applied.
180.
How
David,
good was
you
that
require
maximum?
60.
He can't falter now. And he
Game's
doesn't.
on in
That's
the
more
third
like it from
leg.
Dave.
David Evans.
Well, they're friends again now. Tops and Dave Evans.
Fourth leg is David to throw
We'll
first.
be hoping that that rocky
Game
patch has now been put behind him. The rocky patch with the strays into the 5, unfortunately for him, haven't been.
43.
Well, these two players have been the players that have been drifting left. But Coates has addressed it. Evans hasn't really been able to, on the whole.
Well, Coates has through sheer brute force.
$43.
Cannot afford these visits at this stage. Coates turning the screw.
135.
He was thinking about it. 5 perfect darts. And the 6th one wasn't far away.
140.
Don't forget that 180 in the previous leg from Coates as well.
81.
Keep playing this well, he might be the second person to get 100 average over the last couple of days. I'm not really sure he's too focused on that right now.
97.
But could he
Henry, you
possibly
require
deliver the first
105.
tops finish? Nope. One
Game
tops will
shot
do.
on the fourth leg, Henry Coates.
Average is 100. Doubles,
Fifth leg is Henry to throw
75%.
first. Game on.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to how good that is as a percentage.
134.
People were talking about Justin Hood at the recent PDC World Championship. In that game with Josh Rock, 75%. And Nitin Kumar against Richard Veenstra, 75%. The best
96.
percentage doubling from the biggest World Championship ever held. That's how accurate Coates has been in this game.
131. $85.
It's getting to the point, though, now for Evans where 85 just isn't enough.
59.
Needs a maximum and a prayer. 140 minimum, you feel. His only other route out of this game is for Henry Coates to have a meltdown, and it just doesn't seem likely.
100.
An unassuming character, Henry Coates.
95.
Bags of potential. He was looking good here to round off his day with an emphatic win at the expense of David Evans, who will need to regroup
41.
ahead of
Henry
tomorrow.
require 82.
Henry started in 4th position today. He's looking to jump 2 spots.
62.
Not yet. Evans loses this game. After everything he's been through, he will stay in 3rd. You mentioned it, Sam. Static, but the scenic route.
84. Henry, you
Another
require
drifter
20.
into the 5. Coates back for 2 10s to wrap up this match, which
Shot in the match.
he does.
Henry Coates.
4-1, Henry Coates to wrap up day 2 of Group A. Henry Coates is the big mover on moving day, but it's still George Killington that tops the table. Great performance from Coates to round off the day. After this, we'll round off the day's action. Well, quite an eventful moving day then on day 2 of Group A, but despite an early fright, George Killington still remains at the top of the table on his debut week. Henry Coates, though, the mover of the day as he jumps up into 2nd place, but there is a 4-point gap from Killington. David Evans remains 3rd. Somehow, Timothy has gone the other way, and Conan and Stein de Clerck still remain at the bottom. Welcome back to the studio then. Paul Nicholson still alongside me. How would you begin to sum up what we've just seen today?
The first thing that comes to mind is that even if you get a bad start on a Tuesday, you can put it right. We saw Henry Coates have a disastrous start in game 1, and you thought at that point, oh no, not one of those days. But we weren't prepared for what he was about to do in the next 4 games. He was extremely good. But then you've got George Killington, who loses his first 2 games and then figures it out by the end of the day. Really, really strange, but from game 1 all the way through to game 15, extremely watchable with lots of highlights.
With Henry, as we've just seen there, grew into the session magnificently after a real slow start. He's going to be a threat.
Yes, I think his game with George Killington tomorrow is crucial, because you have to have that ability to not only gain points, but stop the person you're trying to catch from getting any at all. Otherwise, you're relying on your opponents doing that for you, and you're running out of time. Everybody knows on Wednesdays, by the time we get to about 11 o'clock, 2, 3 rounds in, if you've only got a couple of games left, you're out of tricks. So you've got to make hay while the sun shines, and the sun does not shine very much in the winter here in Portsmouth.
The performance of the day was obvious. George Killington, 109 and change. 100% on the doubles as well. Wasn't happy with the way he played yesterday despite running through the card, but he has to be surely happy with this.
He's got to be happy with the level he's starting to find. Even though this is a marathon, 15 games in 3 days, He should be learning about where his game is at. Now, when he was 3-0 up in that game, he looked like he wasn't that happy with what was going on, but he should be. Everything gets a check mark. Great doubling, great scoring, superb clinical finishing, like the 68 to take it out. It's not just a case of having 3 doubles and hitting 4 doubles. It was the approach work to it. That had everything, so it tells us that George has got it in the locker.
It had everything, including a couple of double 17 finishes, a couple of double 3s, and a double 19. Speaking of finishing, David Evans, how do you even begin to solve the conundrum that is Stretch, in that his finishing again was unbelievable, but things in between were muddling at best?
Dave is his own worst enemy. I say this kindly towards him because I'm a huge fan. I think his technique is exquisite. I think his mindset is questionable. The way he gesticulates towards the board too many times, the amount that he talks to the board, it's not going to talk back. It's not going to give you any further answers. It's just a receptacle. You throw towards it and it receives what you give it. Talk to yourself, Dave. Don't talk to the dartboard. And talk to yourself constructively, because if you don't, you will start to implode this week.
What does he need to do then ahead of tomorrow, and indeed the rest of the week?
I would say get as far away from a dartboard as possible for about 2 hours. Go and get some fresh air, stretch the legs a bit, no pun intended, and make sure that your mind is clear before you start putting the wrongs right.
Conan Whitehead, as well as staring into our souls at various stages of the past 2 days, really. He certainly knows where the cameras are here in the live lounge. There, yeah, we see you, Conan. But it's like he's talking at me. It's quite unnerving. But how would you assess his couple of days in that he will probably be feeling that he deserves more than what he's got to show for things?
I'm going to take a stab in the dark here, and I'm going to say that he's pretty rusty. I felt that yesterday. We saw a little bit of an improvement in the gumption, which we love from him, and in the sharpness as well. I think by the time we get to Friday, I think he'll be okay. I think sometimes he needs to play his way into a week, particularly when it's early in a series and early in a year like this, because I'm not sure how much darting action he's had throughout the winter, but give him a few days to get warmed up. I think he'll be fine. There was enough encouragement today to make me think that he's going to make Saturday night.
Let's remind ourselves of the breakdown of the opening week of Series 13. Then later on, we're going to be seeing the likes of Danny Ayres in Group C. You would have to say already he's going to be a big favourite for that group. And in Group B, former series champion Jim McEwen returns alongside Lee Cox and Adam Savada, who's been here, there and everywhere over the past few weeks and months, from Ali Pali to Vegas to right back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. From the rest, I think we're in agreement that maybe Danny Ayres will be the one to watch.
Yeah, Danny's been here a couple of times and done some really good stuff, but I'm not forgetting about Steve Green. The last time he was here, he showed us a great deal of joy in Group A, and he was bringing a lot of people here to Saturday night, and he would like to do that again. So as much as we're going to wax lyrical about Danny, don't forget about Steve. He's dangerous.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, or indeed at the start of today, actually, we were sort of pointing towards Timothy Verbrugghe and that 17-2 odds of him winning Group A. And after the opening rounds of fixtures this morning, we were probably feeling a little bit smug in that we were predicting the future. He won his opening match. Killington dropped points, and it was looking like it was going to be Timothy's day, but that never really materialised.
No, not really. I don't think there's a great deal of difference between the output of Monday and Tuesday for Timothy. I thought he played really well today. Getting 180s in clusters, maybe not as much as Monday. However, I do believe, and we'll try and get the statistics to break this down on Wednesday, I think people were playing their best darts against him because they recognised the threat that he posed because of the 180s he was finding on Monday. So he was the biggest target and people found him.
Nico, thank you very much. A pleasure as always. That is all we've got time for today's live action, but there is still plenty more to come on the Modus Super Series channel right here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, we have the Tungsten Talk and a fantastic episode with two rising stars. Our reigning series champion, Charlie Manby, can't defend his crown. Of course, he is now on the PDC Tour after that fantastic appearances at Alexandra Palace. We're in conversation with him, and indeed, the man that beat him in the Rising Stars Week semi-final. He's here this week. It's Henry Coates. And that Lockman is also in a conversation. Following on from that, we have an audience with Phil the Power Taylor, the biggest legend in this sport. Stay tuned for that one. Tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m, we go again for the final day of Group A. And Saturday night, as always, is finals night right here. 7:30, we are live on Pluto TV. George Killington found an extra level when it matters, surviving a little bit of a scare. Can he go on to win the Group A? We'll find out tomorrow. Join us at 9:30. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Manby.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi.